Announcement, please. Dear friends, there is an announcement from the parallel session desk. As you know, for 2 days, there are parallel sessions in the afternoon from 2:30 p.m. to 4 p.m. You are requested to mark your name for the parallel session. The parallel session desk is at the reception. Parallel sessions are arranged at 4 different venues, namely, the first one, auditorium where we are. The second one is the library hall, end of this building to the extreme right side. And the third one is the conference hall in the Institute office building. And the fourth one is the third year theology classroom beside the library. Thank you. A beautiful smile is the best universal welcome. It can make the day a good day easily. Dear Excellencies, eminent dignitaries, renowned paper presenters, prolific moderators, scholars, professors, participants, and dear friends, A very warm welcome and profound to one and all to the magnificent Institute St. Peter's, the abode of knowledge. With a huge sunshine smile, say hello to your immediate neighbors by giving a gentle shake hand. I will always welcome joyfully any opportunity that comes my way to be of service to you. Dear friends, let us rise and gleefully welcome our eminent dignitaries, accompanied by the President, the head of the Department of Missiology, and well-known scholars to the dais amidst the sound of music and thunderous applause. A day with a prayer is a day with blessings, and an event with a prayer is an event with memorable cherishing. Here comes the Department of Missiology to lead us all into singing, followed by a scripture read by Father Tony Thomas and a prayer by Father Alvin Norona.
Come and fill our homes with your presence. You alone are worthy of our reverence. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. We will serve the Lord. Lord, we vow to live holy, bowing our knees to you only. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. We will serve the Lord. Staying together, praying together, any storm we can weather, trusting in God's word. We need each other, fathers and mothers, sisters and brothers, in harmony and love. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. As for me and my house, we will serve the Lord. We will serve the Lord. We will serve the Lord. We will serve the Lord.
A reading from the Holy Gospel according to Saint Mark. Later he appeared to the 11 themselves as they were sitting at the table, and he upbraided them for their lack of faith and stubbornness, because they had not believed those who saw him after he had risen. And he said to them, "Go into the world and proclaim the good news to the whole creation." The Gospel of the Lord.
Triune God, Father, Son, and Spirit, praise be to you. It's from you all things proceed, and it's in you alone they find their only purpose. This national conference is your infinite will for us. We pray, raise your right hand and confirm it. Send down your mighty Spirit and bless it, and through your Son, bring it to completion. Let synodality be our way of life. Enable us to drop our egos and walk in communion, participation, and mission. Open your mouth and pronounce peace over the face of the earth. Let war cease in Ukraine and fraternal love return. Put your eternal word on the lips of the moderators and the presenters, that your wisdom may flow. We make this prayer through Christ our Lord. Amen.
Please be seated. Thank you, friends, for invoking God's choicest blessing upon us all. Lighting the lamp. It's time to kickstart this golden event by lighting the lamp. All our endeavors ought to be governed by the light of truth. Therefore, it is imperative that we begin our national seminar by lighting the lamp. May I invite the following dignitaries to come up and light the lamp. Most Reverend Dr. Peter Machado, the Archbishop of Bangalore and Chancellor of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute. Secondly, Most Reverend Dr. Felix Machado, the Archbishop of Versailles and Secretary General of CBCI. Thirdly, Reverend Dr. Felix Wilfred. Fourthly, Most Reverend Dr. Lawrence Pius. Fifthly, Sister Reshmi, the Staff Apostolic Nunciature of Delhi. Thank you, dignitaries and friends. Welcome and dynamics. People are either born to be hosts to extend welcome or born to be guests to receive welcome. Yes, it's heartwarming to look around and see so many bright and happy faces that it makes this day truly a colorful one. May I now call upon Reverend Dr. Anthony Lawrence, the head of the Department of Missiology, St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, to welcome the dignitaries and the gathering.
Your Grace Archbishops and Your Excellency Bishops, Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred, Professor Dr. Joseph Titus, honorable dignitaries and distinguished professors, esteemed invitees and dear friends, sisters, fathers, brothers, and all Christ faithful, a very affectionate and warm greetings to each one of you. It is undoubtedly an incredible and an extraordinary day in the annals of St. Peter's. In the words of Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred, St. Peter's is the cynosure of all eyes of the Indian Church for the next 3 days. What is indeed most profound is the fact that there are nearly 60 papers to be presented by some of the India's most prolific and leading theologians and professionals, and as many as 600 participants in this lit festival. This national conference is the most elaborate and decorated event in the Indian Church in recent times. I deem it my singular honor to welcome the prolific personalities and the august gathering for this unprecedented event. At the very outset, it is my greatest joy to welcome, on behalf of the St. Peter's Pontifical Institute and the Department of Missiology, His Grace Most Reverend Dr. Peter Machado, the much loved Archbishop of Bangalore and the Chancellor of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, to this national conference. He leaves no stone unturned to bring laurels to the Institute and aspires greater heights for it. He is a person who walks the talk by living the theology he preaches, by speaking up front for the Church when it matters. He has proved his mettle as a true leader. While profusely thanking him for all his unqualified assistance and encouragement to the Institute, I wholeheartedly welcome His Grace to this national conference and to deliver his much eagerly awaited inaugural address. I invite Father Joseph Titus to honor His Grace with a shawl. We have been extraordinarily blessed by the invaluable presence of His Grace Most Reverend Dr. Felix Machado, the greatly cherished Archbishop of Vasai and the Secretary General of the Catholic Bishops' Conference of India. Being a shepherd and a multifaceted personality, his planner is overloaded, and he has squeezed out some time for the Institute, which shows his affection for us and the enthusiasm for this national event. As a disciplined pastor, prolific scholar, and theologian, your presence, Your Grace, needless to say, makes the event exceptionally solemn. We profoundly welcome Your Grace and wish you a pleasant stay. I call upon Father Jude Nirmal Das, the Vice Rector, to honor His Grace with a shawl. Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred, the brain behind this one of its kind event, needs no introduction. As an internationally valued speaker with several best-selling books on diverse subjects, especially with a particular thrust on the Asian public theology under his belt, as president of the Concilium for nearly 12 long years, as member of the International Theological Commission of the Vatican, as founder director of Asian Center for Cross-Cultural Studies, and as editor-in-chief of International Journal of Asian Christianity, as chair of School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, University of Madras. He has etched his name in the annals of the Church in India and Asia and abroad. I must honestly confess here that Professor Felix not only dreamt this knowledge festival, he relentlessly kept a track of the progress, calling me practically every week, updating me, taking a review from me, and lifting my drooping spirit. It is my joy also to announce that he celebrates his Sacerdotal Golden Jubilee this year, a stupendous milestone for any priest. Welcome, dear Father, and looking forward to your robust keynote address. His Excellency Most Reverend Dr. Lawrence Pius, the much admired Bishop of Dharmaburi and the Vice Chancellor of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, is a force to reckon with. His gracious presence in the campus is always exhilarating and purposeful. He is a wealth of knowledge both in philosophy and theology. As a down-to-earth pastor, astute scholar, passionate teacher, and voracious reader, he ever adds mileage to this institute. Your presence in this national conference is truly promising and highly commendable, to say the least. We copiously welcome you, Your Excellency. I invite Father Stanley Fernandez to welcome His Excellency with a shawl. We have on the dais Reverend Dr. Joseph Titus, the president of this institute, a well-known professor and scholar of the Old Testament, and an acclaimed writer and voracious reader. Without him being by my side, but for his absolute cooperation and collaboration, this event probably would have remained in the paper alone. So I welcome you also, dear Father, very warmly to this national conference. We have on the dais Reverend Dr. Jude Nirmal Das, the Vice Rector of the seminary, again a much loved formator, teacher, writer, and orator. We extend a hearty and warm welcome to you, dear Father. We have also with us on the dais Reverend Dr. Stanley Fernandez, the Registrar and the Professor of Missiology. He is known for being systematic and cordial. He has been personally my great strength in these days. We welcome you also warmly, dear Father, to this national conference. Dear friends, we have in this August gathering some of the nationally and internationally recognized and much loved theologians and professionals. Their theological and philosophical contribution to the local church an international church is truly unparalleled. They may seem unassuming, dear friends. Make no mistake. They are an authority in their own respective field, who are going to be the apple of your eyes for the rest of these days. They have painstakingly arrived from north, south, east, and west, adding variety and diversity. This national conference would never have taken off but for their tremendous sacrifice and goodwill. I have no words to welcome you and thank you. From the depth of my heart, I extend to every one of you a sweet welcome and wish you all well. Dear friends, among us here there are extraordinary stalwarts, tall leaders, renowned church personnel, reputed professors, well-placed professionals, seasoned writers, well-read scholars, greatly admired preachers, much loved formators, able administrators, research scholars, generals, provincials, counselors of different congregations, our alumni, publishers, and Christ faithful from near and far. Your presence here truly makes this campus and this event productive, purposeful, and colorful. I, in the name of this institute and the Department of Missiology, welcome every one of you warmly and lovingly. The greater portion of this auditorium is graced by our own much loved and admired faculty both of seminary and institute, PG students of missiology, spirituality, biblical theology and canon law, and the students of philosophy and theology. It is they who have made this event a reality. I don't mind to call out our missiology students who spent sleepless nights to put up this flawless, outstanding event, and our professors and the students of philosophy and theology. An affectionate welcome to you, friends. Hope I have missed no one. Consider this as my personal and gracious welcome to each and every one present here and around. Your presence is indeed our gladness. I, on behalf of this institute, wish you a very profitable time and a conducive stay. Thank you all.
Thank you, dear Father, for your candid and charming welcome address. I am confident that everyone has begun to feel at home in this green campus. If your actions inspire others to dream more, learn more, do more, and become more, you are a leader. Yes, we have such a tall leader and a pronounced scholar in the person of Dr. P. Joseph Titus, the President of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute. You are welcome, dear Father, to dispatch your thoughts.
Dear Archbishops, Bishop and Sister and Fathers on the stage, all the resource persons for the conference and the participants, on behalf of staff and students of St. Peter's Pontifical Seminary and St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, I extend to all of you a cordial welcome to St. Peter's. We are extremely happy to have you, all of us, here for 3 days. Feel at home. We are honored by your presence with us. On behalf of St. Peter's, I convey our sincere greetings to all. Appreciations to the Department of Missiology at St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, Bangalore, for taking such a remarkable effort to organize this national conference to reflect on a relevant theme, Church in India on the Path of Synodality. Sincere appreciations to Reverend Dr. Lawrence, the head of the Department of Missiology, for the amazing hard work put in and for the genuine interest he shows for the growth of the department. The Department of Missiology is very dynamic. The department is revitalized The syllabus of the department is revised, taking into account the new challenges and issues we face today in the church and in the world. 2 years back, the department conducted an international symposium on mission and politics. And this year, they have taken up this noble endeavor of gathering numerous theologians to reflect on synodality. This conference itself is organized in a synodal way, inviting scholars from different parts of India, north and south, east and west. I consider the presence of so many theologians a great blessing to St. Peter's. We are happy to see that the Department of Missiology is taking genuine efforts to conduct such conferences of high standard. It is fitting that the Department of Missiology has taken up this task of organizing this conference because we need to live synodality in order to carry forward the evangelizing mission of the church. The International Theological Commission's document, Synodality in the Life and Mission of the Church, uses 70 times, more than 70 times the word mission in its document. And it highlights that synodality is the specific modus vivendi and operandi of the church, the people of God, which reveals and gives substance to her being as communion while all her members journey together, gather in assembly and take an active part in our evangelizing mission. The concept of synodality refers to the involvement and participation of the whole people of God in the life and mission of the church. Synodality offers us the most appropriate framework for understanding the hierarchical ministry itself. All the members of the church are agents of evangelization. Consequently, making a synodal church a reality is an indispensable precondition for a new missionary energy that will involve the entire people of God. The Apostle Paul evokes a beautiful image of the church as the body of Christ in order to explain both the unity of organism and the diversity of its members. Just as in a human body, all members are necessary in their specific way, in the same way in the church, all have the same dignity by virtue of baptism, and all must make their contribution to carry out the plan of salvation according to the measure of Christ's gift. So, all are equally responsible for the life and mission of the community. While synodal procedure and events have a beginning, a process, and a conclusion, synodality breathes life into church structures and directs our mission. Synodality is lived out in the church in the service of mission. Church exists in order to evangelize. Every baptized person is called to be a protagonist of mission, since we are all missionary disciples. The church is called in synodal synergy to activate the ministries and charisms present in our life and to listen to the voice of the Spirit in order to discern the ways of evangelization. In this way, it is fitting that the Department of Missiology has taken up this task of organizing a conference on synodality. May this national conference provide us with insights to make the church synodal in our life and mission. Let me conclude by congratulating the Department of Missiology for organizing this national conference in a systematic way. And it is my privilege to wish the resource persons and the participants of this conference all the best. Thank you.
Thank you, dear Father, for your honest and lucid expressions poured out straight from your heart. May I now invite Most Reverend Dr. Felix Machado, the Archbishop of Versailles and Secretary General of Catholic Bishop Conference of India, a person decorated with the qualities of heart and mind, to speak his words of felicitation to this national conference.
Your Grace, Archbishop Peter Machado, Bishop Lawrence, Bishop James is there somewhere, Father Wilfred, and respected organizers on the dais. I have been given this task of felicitation, which I did not understand exactly what my role was. So I asked the organizer, what is expected of me? And I was told that I should give kind of a comprehensive picture of the synod, since I am in touch directly with the Secretariat for Synod in Rome, also the Secretariat for the Conference of Catholic Bishops of India, which is in Pune, and as Secretary General of CBCI, and my own personal interest since 2015, when Pope Francis had this idea declared. And so I will give you kind of a comprehensive picture of this synod. You may find this repetitive in some of the talks and reflections that will follow, but please bear with me, because it is important to take off on the solid footing this very, I think, bold and excellent initiative that St. Peter's Seminary has taken under the aegis of Department of Missiology, especially Father Lawrence. So I have made PowerPoint for help of all of us. So we could now follow the slides. Perhaps we might have to, yes, I think that might be better. I am demoting some people. Maybe these lights also could be switched off. I don't know if it is visible from where you're sitting. So the first thing to do is, I suppose, not to think that this is an event. Synod is not an event that will happen and then everything will finish. It is not an event. As members of the church, we must now begin, we have begun actually, on the 10th of October with the inaugural Mass of the Holy Father, and then on the 17th of October in each diocese in India, this synodal church. And so this will have no end. So active participation, next slide, active participation of all the baptized in the synodal process is desired by Pope Francis. The Holy Father wishes to put in place So there was the title, there is no need to create another church, but to create a different church. Get that in mind. So active participation, as I said, the slide before this, please. Yes. So structures of the church, which were already in place since Second Vatican Council, needed to effectively inspire and promote collegiality and co-responsibility in order to live a participatory church on the local, diocesan, national, continental, and universal level. Next. Synodality is the specific modus vivendi et operandi of the Church, the people of God, which reveals and gives substance to her being as communion when all her members journey together, gather in assembly, and take an active part in her evangelizing mission. This was already published in the International Theological Commission. The synodal process has already begun in every local church, as I said, and the synodal church is a church that listens carefully to how the Holy Spirit speaks through the lives, wisdom, and concerns of all its members. Next, the goal of the synodal process is not an intellectual exercise but a spiritual experience. This means to embark on what Pope Francis described as a journey of spiritual discernment. I quote Pope's words, "True reform, while necessarily remaining faithful to the living tradition of the Church, must also involve concrete gestures, which includes the participation of the whole Church. In conformity with the teaching of Lumen Gentium, Pope Francis remarks in particular that synodality offers us the most appropriate framework for understanding the hierarchical ministry itself." This was said on the 17th of October 2017 when he first declared his idea to hold the synod. Next, based on the doctrine of the sensus fidei fidelium, all members of the Church are agents of evangelization. Consequently, making synodal church a reality is an indispensable precondition for a new missionary energy that will involve the entire people of God. Next. Regaining the fundamental nature of the Church would mean that the Church is by nature synodal. We are not inventing a new church, and must find that nature again which the Church lost in the second millennium because of the domination of the clergy, who reduced the laity to the background only to pray, pay, and obey. St. John Chrysostom has said that church and synod are synonymous. Pope Paul VI has said that synodality is an essential dimension of the church. And now Pope Francis teaches that to walk together is the constitutive way of the church. So it is inbuilt and not something now being created. Next. Pope Francis proposes mainly two evangelical images for us so that we may grasp the deeper spirit of the synod. The first image is that from the Gospels. Jesus is always found with the crowds, together with the apostles. The crowds symbolize the non-chosen, and without Jesus, the crowd is a mere political party. The apostles with Jesus are symbols of inclusive ministries, but without Jesus they remain only NGOs. And second image is that of conversion of Peter, who is made to deny certain religious traditions in the house of Cornelius when Peter was trying to conserve outdated traditions. So the etymological meaning of the word synod comes from the Greek roots of two words. This is a little bit elementary for an audience like this, but since I said I want to be more comprehensive so that everyone who participates in this conference will go home taking something and start doing in his own place or her own place. So the word synod comes from these two words, syn and odos, like words like synonymous or synthesis, etc. Next. We can then ask a question: if all the baptized should participate, why is it properly called Synod of Bishops? Or will that name now change? I don't think so, because St. Cyprian of Carthage wrote, "The church is in the bishop and the bishop is in the church." By its God-given mission, the church is in various ways related to wider circles of society. And if we see Lumen Gentium, it clearly spells out the mission of the church. The definition of the synod has to be broadened in order to include all who in various ways remain in relationship with the mystery of the church. As Catholics, our circles must ever widen so that the church avoids existing in a ghetto. First of all, the Catholic faithful are fully incorporated. The Latin word used is incorporantur in the church. Secondly, the baptized of other churches or ecclesial communities are joined together, conjunctum, to the church. Thirdly, those of other religions, especially the Jews and Muslims, are ordered ordinantur to the church in specific ways. And finally, those who are seeking God and those who do not know God can also attain everlasting salvation. This is from Lumen Gentium, Numbers 14 to 16. The church is committed to Christian unity towards the path of perfect communion, and through interreligious dialogue, the church is committed through the path of mutual respect, peace and harmony to the human family. Next, synodality is a living expression of the Catholicity of the church as communion. The church becomes church when the church is truly together with all her members and walks together, meaning synodally. Synodality means that the whole church is a subject. The faithful are companions on the journey. Therefore, this is, I think, very important for all of us, me as bishop, priests, religious, lay people, and all people, as I described. So we are all companions on the journey. Therefore, an active and close collaboration of all her members is solicited. So to be in communion in everyday life at all levels, from the grassroots SCC levels to parish pastoral councils and then to diocesan pastoral councils and through other structures like finance and property committees, etc., to the diocese, to the universal church, the entire church is expected to live in communion. Next. For example, the diocesan synod in Latin Rite churches and the eparchical assemblies in the Eastern Rite churches are the highest of all diocesan structures of participation in the bishop's governance. A synod is both an act, episcopal governance, and an event of communion, and thus it expresses the character of hierarchical communion that belongs to the nature of the church. Next, on the parish level, the community of the faithful incarnates the mystery of the church in a visible, immediate, and everyday form. In the parish, there are two structures which have a synodal character: the parish pastoral council and the financial council, with lay participation in consultation and pastoral planning. Bringing about the effective synodal dynamic in a local church also requires that the diocesan pastoral council and the parish pastoral councils should work in a coordinated way and be appropriately upgraded. Therefore, listening to one another attentively becomes crucial for all faithful in the church. Next, the core of the synodal journey would mean that we listen as much as possible to the reality around and to people in society. This is a very important part of being the synodal church. I have been going through this experience. In fact, the only reason that was keeping me away from coming here is because of this process that is going on in my own diocese, and I sit practically for every session with everybody. I have 3 more big sessions, like with lawyers and with other 2 groups in the diocese. It is not my waste of time at all. One might think that people talk nonsense. They may. But I think there are grains of truth. There is something that you can pick up and build on. So in fact, this is the purpose of the synod. Listening, giving one's opinion without any commitment is not the goal of the synod, but rather listening collectively to the Holy Spirit is the primary goal of the present synod. Next, the synod should enable us to carefully evaluate the participatory structures already in existence. I think one of the good articles that I read was our dear Father Felix Wilfred's article. I have had personal talks about this with him also. How much we need to re-examine the synodal structures that were introduced at the time of Second Vatican Council, but we need to re-examine them in the light of the present exercise. The SCCs, the Parish Pastoral Council, the Diocesan Pastoral Council, the CRI and the Priests' Council are already synodal structures meant to promote a synodal church. They are the fruit of the Second Vatican Council. Next, what needs to be deplored strongly is the authoritarian style in making decisions. Synodality denotes the particular style that qualifies the life and mission of the Church, expressing her nature as the people of God. This modus vivendi et operandi works through the community listening to the Word and celebrating the Eucharist, the brotherhood and sisterhood of communion, and the co-responsibility and participation of the whole people of God in its life and mission on all levels, and distinguishing between various ministries and roles. Next, what is the function of governing proper to pastors? This question is explained in Lumen Gentium 27. There is to be no distance or separation between the community of its pastors, who are called to act in the name of the Holy Pastor, Good Shepherd, our Lord, but a distinction between tasks in the reciprocity of communion. The synodal process must take place at the heart of a hierarchically structured community, which is why, bishop like me, I feel I have to be even in the SCC groups if possible. That was practically not possible for me, but I have gone, as priests went to every small Christian group community. I also went wherever I could at random. Next, in a diocese, for example, it is necessary to distinguish between the process of decision making through a joint exercise of discernment, consultation and cooperation, and decision taking, making and taking, which is within the competence of the bishop. Decision taking may belong to the competence of the bishop, but decision making is the responsibility of everyone for whom we are making this decision. And so the bishop can be the guarantor of apostolicity and Catholicity. Working things out is a synodal task. Decision is a ministerial responsibility. A correct exercise of synodality must contribute to a better articulation of the ministry of the personal and collegial exercise of apostolic authority with the synodal exercise of discernment on the part of the community. Next, the areas of concern in the participatory church today are with regard to polemics and divisions. Yes, we are a divided church, beginning with us. Like there are the religious, there are the bishops, there are the priests, there are the lay people, and among all of us, there are further divisions, which grow sharp, ever sharper, even at the expense of truth and charity. We can debate and discuss questions, but we must do so with mutual respect and never underestimate the common belonging to Christ. We must also recognize the need for diversity in unity. Otherwise, we lose the richness that we offer to the freedom of others. The attractiveness of the person of Jesus does not come across to people if they do not see this unity in the Christian community. Next, the conflict between consultative and deliberative idea of today's participatory church can be significantly resolved in what Pope Paul VI stated in Apostolica Solicitudo, that is the document he made during the Second Vatican Council introducing the synods. The Synod of Bishops is an advisory body, but it is also empowered so that it can enjoy power necessary to make decisions. And Lumen Gentium 19 notes that Jesus gave the apostles together certain collective power and responsibilities for the dissemination of the gospel. Next, the church, who is called to commit to the Missio Dei, often acts autoreferential. This is a great saying of Pope Francis already during the conclave, that the church is like, meditating itself, herself. I think this autoreferential idea, I am the measure of my own. The church needs to go out and beyond herself. After all, our commitment to mission flows from our understanding of the church, which is enriched by Lumen Gentium and by Gaudium et Spes, the ad intra and ad extra dimensions of the church. The most serious matter, therefore, is to ask, why does the church exist? We have to be together in order to listen to one another and to face common challenges which are before us. If we fail to be attentive to this, we may risk and allow our faith to become weaker. Next, the synod is a call to participate in the changing process. Changing process. We have to change because the objective of the synod is to renew and to reform the church. That is the objective. And so, if we want to renew and reform the church, we need to change. Only in the process of listening to one another will we really come to know where the church stands. It is necessary to participate fearlessly in the changing process of the church by meeting, listening, and discerning together. Change can help renewal of the church, as the dictum goes, Ecclesia semper reformanda est. Next, speaking about the challenge to the clergy, Pope Francis emphatically says that we must not focus on occupying the spaces where power is exercised. Give priority to actions that give birth to new historical dynamics. We are urged to read the signs of the times. We should not impose ourselves, that is, occupying spaces, demanding recognition, seeking power, is imposing ourselves. But if we have in our hearts a God who is gift, everything changes. I come to conclusions. If we realize that what we are is God's gift, free and unmerited, then we too will want to make our lives as a gift to others. The Holy Spirit, the living memory of the church, reminds us that we are born from a gift and that we grow by giving, not by holding on, but by giving of ourselves. Next, the breadth and pace of the synod and the dynamism of communion that animates our decisions show what we are, namely the body of Christ. Father Titus made reference to this. Only in this way can we truly renew our pastoral ministry and adapt it to the mission of the church in today's world, in today's India, in today's Bangalore, for example. Only in this way can we address the complexity of this time, thankful for the journey accomplished thus far and determined to continue it with parrhesia. For the synod is open-ended. The church will be synodal and there is no way going back. Let me conclude now with my last sentence, my reflection by warning that the synod is not a call for compromise among divided members of the church, that we can coexist somehow or the other. You go your way, I go my way, goes his way. No. We cannot compromise by simply opting for coexistence among divided members of the church. The members of the church should not seek the least common denominator to simply stay together and coexist. The final goal is to fully realize that the church is one, holy, Catholic, and apostolic, and the church exists to evangelize. May Mary, Mother of God and Mother of the Church, who joined the disciples in praying for the coming of the Holy Spirit and thus made possible the missionary outburst which took place at Pentecost, accompany the synodal pilgrimage of the people of God, pointing the way and teaching us the beautiful, tender, and strong style of this new phase of evangelization. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Grace, for giving the whole synodality in a nutshell. It was indeed enlightening. We are indeed proud and fortunate to have prophetic leader and proven guide in the person of Most Reverend Dr. Peter Machado, the Archbishop of Bangalore and Chancellor of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, to give the inaugural address.
Respected Archbishop Felix Machado, respected Bishop Lawrence, the Honorable Speaker who is going to enlighten us, Dr. Felix Wilfrid, the organizers on the dais, my dear dignitaries in the audience, my dear fathers, my dear sisters, my dear brothers. I am also delighted to be here to participate in this seminar on the synod, or the fruits of the synod for all of us. I just made a mental calculation of the people on the dais, and I see that there are 2 Felixes here and 2 Machados here. And I thought the senior Machado has already spoken and covered almost all the points of the synod. And I know that Father Felix also will give us new insights. So the common denominator is Machado and Felix. I think these 2 would have been enough. I am just a subtraction, or rather a small denominator that comes in between. We are at the crossroads of church's history. I say at crossroads because Holy Father Francis, before that Pope Benedict, before that Pope John Paul II have opened certain avenues among us which are not only thought-provoking but result-oriented. And Pope Francis with the Synod, some say that he has opened a Pandora's box, as it were. Because Synod is not meant to be only a process of consultation, of asking people, of discussing, of talking together, but much more than that. In fact, we are already in the synodal process, the synodal consultations. I was just wondering if this meeting that we had, this seminar that we have, would have any use, because according to the programmed process, the dioceses are almost at the close of giving their reports, which is supposed to be given by 10th of April. And then the other bodies take it over. But I'm happy that St. Peter's has organized this, especially the missiological department under Father Lawrence. It has meaning. It has meaning for the present, because we evaluated the past. It has meaning because it has repercussions for the future. What Pope Francis has done is to start the consultation in our age. From the synod consultations, we go to the synod process. The synod process, which is going to be the style and the functioning of every body, every organ in the church. We have just heard Father Archbishop Felix, who told us that the church at every institution, at every body, every organization needs to go through this process. Synodal consultation, synodal process, and the third is the synodal church itself. The synodal church itself. So that the functioning of the church is no longer in what we call the autocratic or perhaps above the pyramid type of ruling, but that which goes to the ground level, that which goes to the ground realities as such. The synodal church. And I think this is what Pope Francis has in mind, that he has ignited a small bomb, as it were, which looks like a small discussion among us, but then it has far-reaching the results or conclusions, as I said, from the synodal consultations to the synodal process to the synodal church itself. And the style and the function, the Holy Father has made it very clear that he doesn't want it to be once again a preaching church, a proclaiming church, a talking church, but a listening church. The three key words are listen, understand, and journey. Listen, understand, and journey. How much of it is going to be my contribution? It's not important. It's not important. It's important that I listen to the people, even if they have nothing to say, or perhaps something that is this one. We have to read in between lines of their speeches, of their conversations, of their consultations, and therefore listening, understanding, and journeying together. This is the key words of the synod, as it were, and the fundamental question that is asked, which Pope Francis himself says, in this journey, is Jesus with us? Secondly, are we with Jesus? If Jesus is with us, like the Emmaus journey, many things we may not understand. The disciples were confused, and in fact, inimical to say that that man, Jesus, he died, everything is closed. But Jesus gives him a small meaning to everything that has happened, because Jesus is walking with them. And therefore, in this journey of the synod, if Jesus is with us and we are with Jesus, I think the synodal process will go on endlessly, because ultimately we all desire a synodal church in itself. So, my dear friends, I was just thinking that perhaps there are so many positive things that we have to pick up from this synod. At the same time, perhaps we have to be aware of the sins or the defects of the synod also. I won't say defects as such, but that which is thrown up to us, which we have to be very careful. That this synodal process, synodal consultation, does not end up into another sort of an exercise that has been prescribed to us, and that we do it and we give a report and we close it. The Holy Father Pope Francis himself highlights 3 risks in these synodal process. The 3 risks, and these 3 risks are repeated once again in the letter to the priest about the synodal journey by Cardinal Gresh, a document that has just come to us. It was under embargo till Saturday. It just opened up. And so he also mentioned these 3 risks, which were originally spoken of by the Holy Father himself. The first risk is the risk of formalism. The risk of formalism. What is risk of formalism? To be formal, to be everything formal. We all sit together, we have places together, we don't open our mouth, we listen, we say yes, we say the opening prayer, we say the closing prayer, and everything formal as such. I like the way Sister Anita began her introduction, and she said, why don't you shake your hands a little? And every one of us loosened, looked at each other, smiled at each other. Otherwise, I would not have known who is sitting at my side also. And that's the end. That's the type of consultations we have. We don't know who are they. We don't know what they have said. We don't know perhaps what's the beginning and the end of it. But we have to do it. It's the formal thing that we have to go. You know, in our Archdiocese, we've already had about 500, I think, groups, small groups. And each parish priest also is having. It's in one parish priest sent a phone message to his parish council secretary and say that we should have, once again, like a formal, we should have a synodal consultation, the Archbishop has said. And this man heard, I don't know what, he sent a notice to the people and they were all scared what Archbishop wants to do, because he said the synodal consultation, he spelt it not S-Y-N-O-D, but he spelt it S-C-Y-N-I-D. And so people perhaps thought that this is a poisonous thing that we may be doing. This is the fruit of formalism. The second risk of formalism is called the intellectualism. Intellectualism. We've had a seminar today. We are going to have consultation at the parish level, at the community level, at the religious congregation level. But it could be, once again, an intellectual report, full of theories, full of quotations, full of perhaps the contributions by way of numbers and figures. Another intellectual report. Another intellectual report. We need to come down. We need to go to the level of the people to make them understand that ultimately the church wants every one of us to participate and to say in their broken language, in their broken words, in their perhaps in their laughter, in their mixing together, in their criticism, perhaps in their even opposition, what we call the statement or the fruit of the synod. It's not just intellectualism. You know, there was this husband who was lazy and always in the house, always sitting there doing nothing, And the wife told him so many times, go and work and get some money and come. But then he always said, no, I cannot. Here it's paining, here it is paining, here it is paining, I'm coughing. And the wife pulled him and took him to the doctor and told the doctor, doctor, please see what's wrong with him. He should be working, but then he's sitting at home and doing nothing. Lazy fellow. The doctor checked him up, took him inside, checked him up, everything, and he said, perfectly okay, nothing wrong with you. Doctor, what is wrong with me? You are only lazy, he said. And that fellow said, it's very nice. Put it in writing in some medical terms so that I can show it to my wife and be satisfied. This is intellectualism. Perhaps some of us will do it in our meetings, in our reports to say that, some more theories. And the third risk that we speak of is immobilism. Immobilism. Nothing will move. Nothing will change. As it was in the beginning, so it is now and will be in future. But then we have to have this meeting, formal meeting, we have to produce a report, and once again come immobilism. Nothing will change. Perhaps that's the smell that we get also in some of our meetings. Nothing will change. It will go from the beginning. It has been from the beginning. One of the parish priests, he wanted to call a synodal meeting. He announced and he told, and since there were no meetings for some years, and suddenly this meeting was called, and the members thought it's the best chance to hit out at the parish priest, and they all came together, and from the start they said, Father, you know that we need a church. This broken here, broken there, we need a new church. And someone else shouted, yes, we need the church in this place. We have to do this, we have to do that, we have to do this. The parish priest was a little scared. Why at all? I call this synodal meeting because it is ending up in something else now. But then he was a bright man. He said, yes, we'll listen to everybody. This is the process of synod. We have to listen to everybody and take points. He told the secretary, make the points and make resolutions which we can send it to the bishop. And 4 resolutions. The first resolutions, all of us want a new church. Everyone clapped. It was written. The second one was, the new church will be built in this place only, in this area only. Everyone clapped and it was written. The third one is, we will gather the money and build this church. Third resolution. And the fourth one, the parish priest added and said, till that new church money is collected, till the church is built, or till this one, we will remain here only. This is immobilism. We don't go anywhere. We'll remain here only. We'll stay here only. Perhaps this is the risks of the synod that we may have to tackle at the practical level, at the base level. So my dear friends, I'm very happy. I am told that there are almost 60 papers that are going to be presented. But then once again, please avoid the risk of formalism, the risk of intellectual reports, and the risk of not going out from this hall at all. I wish you well, and surely it may be a fruitful exercise, because the Holy Father is in mind, not just the present situation, but the future of the church in hand, which is going to be a synodal church, consultations, process at every moment with everyone involved in this process. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Grace, for your moving and uplifting words of grace and wisdom. We are uniquely blessed and hugely fortunate to have amongst us the golden boy, Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred, who celebrates this year the golden jubilee of his priesthood. Priest for 5 decades is not a mean achievement at all. He is indeed a treasure to the Indian Church. May I now invite Most Reverend Dr. Lawrence Pius to felicitate Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred on his Golden Jubilee.
the central figure of the day, Dr. Felix Wilfred, dear archbishops, respected persons on the dais, and dear friends. I think too many bishops are talking, isn't it? So, cannot be helped. So, some of you, definitely all the scholars would have heard about the German way, the synodal way, German synodal way. A few months back in Germany, under the leadership of the president of the German Bishops' Conference, Betzing, the German bishops and a few lay leaders and priests put forward 3 propositions. One, to make priestly celibacy optional. Second, ordain women to the priesthood. Third, recognize and bless same-sex unions. So, was somewhat disturbed. So, he speaks often of St. Joseph, and he also one day dreamt like St. Joseph. It is a joke adapted from an earlier joke. That he dreamt and God spoke to him, and he asked God, Pope asked God, will priestly celibacy be made optional? And God replied, not in your lifetime. Will women be ordained priests? Again, God replied, not in your lifetime. Then Pope Francis had been hearing a lot about theology in Asia. So he asked the last question, will any Asian theologians be canonized? And God said, not in my lifetime. Why I'm speaking about Asian theologians, Father Felix Wilfred can be properly described as an Asian theologian, nay, an international theologian. I have several points in his biographical sketch, but I will not trouble you all the details. I'll just highlight here and there. So, he was ordained when he was 24, so it's not difficult to guess his age when he's celebrating his Golden Jubilee. When he was 17, from the Diocese of Kotar, he left for Rome for his studies at Urban University, where he did his master's in philosophy besides seminary studies and doctorate in theology at the Pontifical Urban University, Rome. He was awarded 3 gold medals for academic excellence. And for about 11 years of study, he never returned to the country until in 1976. 11 years he never came back from Rome. Nowadays we hear that priests studying abroad are coming every year home. 11 years he never came home. Then he was a member of the Vatican International Theological Commission and visiting professor in several international universities. His writings have appeared in French, German, Italian, Spanish, Portuguese, and Chinese. He was executive secretary for the Theological Commission, advising the FABC, Federation of Asian Bishops' Conference, from 1987 to 1997. And he was professor of St. Paul's Seminary, Tiruchirappalli, for a number of years. He was also the president of the Faculty of Arts and chairman of the School of Philosophy and Religious Thought at the University of Madras, India, from 1993 to 2008, when he retired. And during his scholarly years, he has guided over 30 doctoral theses and 70 MPhil students at the University of Madras. Currently, he is president of the International Theological Review Concilium published in 7 European languages. Presently, he is the founder director of the Asian Center for Cross-Cultural Studies at Chennai. All these several other distinguishing marks, I will not hold you with all that. But what I would like to say, he was one of the earliest voices in India to give credence and importance to Dalit theology, contextual theology, especially Dalit theology. Many of his books, he has written over 20 books and hundreds of articles, make a clear stand for the marginalized and deprived. Not only is a prolific thinker and writer, but he has been brain behind several seminars, including this one. I know very well that he was stimulating Father Lawrence to have this national seminar, and he was guiding him. So he has thus served the national church, the Asian church, and the international church. And as he celebrates his golden years in priesthood, I wish him good health and many, many more years of professional theological work, contribution to the Indian church, Asian church, world church. And dear Father, we are happy that you are here in our midst. I wish you ad multos, annos, and may God be with you always.
Gratitude, Your Grace, for your words of wit and wisdom. May I now call upon Most Reverend Dr. Peter Machado to felicitate the jubilarian with a garland. Meanwhile, let's watch a short video on Father Jubilarian as he is being felicitated.
Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred is currently the founder director, Asian Center for Cross-Cultural Studies. He is also editor-in-chief, International Journal of Asian Christianity, Asian Center for published by Brill Leiden. He is also editor-in-chief, International Journal of Asian Christianity, University of published by Brill Leiden. Earlier, he served as chair in School of Philosophy and Religious Thought, member of the International Theological Commission of the Vatican, ICCR Professor, Trinity College, Dublin, FEBC, member of the International Theological Commission of the Vatican, Secretary of the Office of Theological Concerns, FEBC, President of the Indian Theological Association, President of the International Journal Concilium for 12 years. He has guided over 30 PhD students, German, Italian, 70 MPhil students at the University of Chinese. He edited his writings have appeared in French, Oxford Handbook of Christianity in Asia, Portuguese and Chinese. Published by Oxford University Press, New York and UK, Oxford Handbook of Christianity in Asia. His latest by Religious Identities and the Global South and UK was published in the year Palgrave Macmillan. In the year his latest book, Religious Identities and the Global South, was published by Palgrave Macmillan in the year 2021. We specially congratulate Reverend Father Felix Wilfred as he celebrates his Golden Jubilee of Priesthood this year. May God bless him abundantly. May he continue to enlighten and inspire many people along his life journey. Enlighten and inspire many people along his life journey.
Hearts united, now gather. Fragrance of wishes we now scatter. hearts united, now gathered, fragrance of wishes we now scatter. Life be music and a song of praise. Life be music and a song of praise. In harmony, in blending, you run the race. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you. Thank you, we say, with swelling voices. Gratitude is the chorus we sing. Thank you, we say, with swelling voices. Gratitude is the chorus we sing. Grace and strength to follow where you tread. In harmony, in blending, you run the race. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you. Happy Jubilee to you.
Coming together is the beginning. Keeping together is progress. Working together is success. Yes, we have a decorated personality here at the days who largely is the brain behind this mega national conference. He is none other than Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred, a former member of the International Theological Commission of the Vatican. We are all ears, dear Father, for your keynote address.
Most Reverend Archbishop Peter Machado, dignitaries on the dais, members of the faculty, students, resource persons, participants of the conference. Good morning to everyone, and thank you to Bishop Lawrence for his kind words for the Jubilee celebration. When he spoke and when this was shown, I was reminded about the comment of Rabindranath Tagore after he received the Nobel Prize. He said, I was quiet. Now after I received this prize, they have tied a tin on my back, so wherever I go it makes noise. So the 1 full year of Jubilee is bound to say, make a noise, not in the positive sense. thank you for your goodwill and wishes and kind words, and appreciate that. Thank you very much. I envision two major objectives for this conference. One is to deepen our contextual reflections and synodality in view of shaping the future of the church. So that is very important. It is not for consumption in Rome, but also to change ourselves here, down to earth here, to shaping the future of the church in India. Second objective, to come with suggestions for the benefit of the global church, basing on our experiences here in India. These issues and suggestions could be transmitted to the Secretariat of Synod through the CBCI, and we have Secretary General of the CBCI, Most Reverend Felix Machado here. That's a privilege. I shall address both these objectives. The second one more, down to earth, where concrete things which you could suggest. That will be the conclusion. The first one, to deepen. Archbishop Felix has already given an overview of the process of the synod. I am not going into it, but I want to start the journey from the synod of bishops to the synod of the church, the Catholic Church. It's something very radical. In that sense, Pope has steered a hornet's nest, by bringing out this whole synodality in the Catholic Church. 1870, war broke out, Franco-Prussian War, and the Vatican I came abruptly to an end. Not, however, without declaring the infallibility of the Pope and his universal primacy. And when the German bishops returned, the ruler was Otto von Bismarck. And he ridiculed the bishops, saying, "You have become simply the minions of the Pope." In Tamil we say, that errand boys of the Pope. You have no authority of your own. So, 100 years almost, who is a bishop? This was a major question. What is his juridical status? What is his theological status? The bishop's juridical and theological status was, so to say, in a limbo during 100 years. It was Vatican II which clarified the relationship between the papacy and the episcopacy, bringing the New Testament data that Peter and the apostles formed a collective. They were not individual, There was a collective group together, Jesus, the Peter. So, just like Peter and the other apostles, so also the relationship between the Pope and the bishops. That was something which clarified, saying that the popes are not officers of the bishops are not officers of the Pope, but they govern the local church in the name of Christ directly. So they are not in that sense dependent, but they are in communion. So this was a major achievement of Vatican Council. But then, however, to make it realizable, that this collegiality otherwise is conducted only in the ecumenical councils. Ecumenical councils come in 100 years, 200 years. But now you think of ecumenical council in the future. Now, today we have 5,000 bishops, and there are 2,000 retired bishops, 77,000 bishops, probably 9,000 bishops to conduct an assembly and ecumenical council, the feasibility in the future. That's already a big issue. However, Paul VI was a very wise man. Probably, in my estimation, he will pass on in history as the greatest pope of the 20th century, without any doubt. The greatest reforms in the modern times were effected by him. So he had, with a lot of prescience, thought the collegiality cannot function only during the ecumenical council, once in 100. It doesn't make any practical impact on the church and its transformation. Therefore, it must be a permanent future. So he created the synod. Therefore, the representatives of the episcopacy come, and then discuss and help the primordial role of the Pope. So the synod was conceived initially as helping the Pope to fulfill his role as the universal pastor. But it's a long way from that to where we have come, or what the Pope has proposed as the path for a millennial program. It's not 1 year or 10 year or 100. He sees it's a 1,000-year program of a synodal church. Therefore, in that sense, in the grand vision he has brought and expanded the idea of synod from synod of bishops, something institutional, to what the life of the church and its mission and communion, etc., etc. Synodality is a key concept in the ecclesiology of Pope Francis. It has gained greater momentum since the announcement of the synod in 2023. As I said, Pope says that it's a way for the church in the third millennium, 1,000-year plan, a macro vision, as I said. For him, synod is a process of inverting the pyramidal church. I must say that how did Pope Francis come to this? He made a new hermeneutics, a different hermeneutics of Vatican II. Because, as some of you may remember, 1985, when there was a synod on the interpretation of Vatican II, there was two camps. They interpreted, some said, how do you interpret Vatican? Is it a break from the earlier tradition of the church? Bring something new, totally new? Or is it in continuity with the former, the old? And those who said in continuity, they said, finally they meant to say, Vatican has brought nothing new. It's already everything was in trend in Vatican I, fine. They went ahead. That's the meaning of continuity. The other said there is a caesura, there's a break, there's some novelty. So basically in 1985, the synod on Vatican II was practically, as Archbishop Peter Machado said, an intellectualism. Cardinal Ratzinger and then Caspar, they are this merely an exchange of the European, basically Eurocentric discussion and a minutiae of how to interpret the text, etc. But Pope Francis is a very creative, original, intuitive. He does not fall prey to an intellectualism, but he sees something very great in the hermeneutics. As many biblical scholars are here, as you know, there is the whole historical critical method, by which you try to find out what is really the author meant, the meaning of the author, what did John meant, etc., etc. Or through historical critical method, you do that. It was a standard method. So they applied also Vatican II, the historical critical method used in the Bible, and say, what did really the fathers meant in the council going on? But Pope Francis gets out of this mold, and rather, in the hermeneutics, as Paul Ricoeur says, the text, the meaning of the text is not only behind it, but in front of it. We should pay attention not only what a text says, but what it points to. This is a crucial. Hence, Pope Francis is trying to find out where the Vatican II points to, rather than spend time on what it says and then those kind of disputation, what it points to. Precisely, he's saying Vatican II is pointing to, implicitly involved in the whole spirit of Vatican II. The synodality is implied in the deeper spirit. He is unearthing from Vatican II with a new hermeneutic, and I think this is a great contribution and a great source of renewal for the church. It's precisely continue this, as I said, that Paul VI established this Apostolica Solicitudo, the synod, as a permanent institution in the church. I would like to recall an incident here. 1986, I had the great privilege of giving the keynote address to the Federation FABC General Assembly in Tokyo. So there was present during the conference in the assembly also secretary of the synod secretariat. It was Cardinal Peter Shorte, that time was Archbishop, was secretary from 1984 to 85 to 2004, 19 years. He's a Dutchman, he was also there. This synod was, the assembly was in preparation for the synod in Rome, and the topic of the synod was on the laity. So I raised this question, how is it that you are going to have a synod on the laity and you don't have a really representation of the laity or even voting, something like that? And the cardinal responded to this question saying, the bishops were there, this is synod of bishops. Sorry, he was emphasizing, it's a synod of bishops. What he wanted to say is, don't expect others, it's a synod of bishops. They are gathering, right? The word says synod of bishops, So, from this understanding, as I said, synod as a help in the primacy role of the Pope to become the way of the church is a great path, where, as I said, Pope has pointing to where the Vatican II is pointing to the future. And it comes from really the tradition of the church. He is not bringing everything, totally new. He is ressourcement. Vatican II was through a process of going back to the roots. And the roots were what pertains to all should be deliberated and decided by all. Was a maxim which was used in the early centuries of the church, Quod omnes tangit ab omnibus tractariat approbari debet was a guiding principle. Therefore, he is bringing to alive this principle. The experience of the church community since Vatican II and the functioning of the many participative structures like diocesan synods, eparchical assemblies, pastoral council, parish council have contributed in these years. It's nothing. So we should be happy with all the messiness in all human relationship. It is there where people collectively come and deliberate. There will be. It's not an immaculate conception. It's always there will be messiness, which is the symbol of a new birth. So contributed a lot, these experiences. So we need to bring together, and this whole exercise of every diocese doing that, an evaluation. We are going to also have a panel on how participatory structures are function. That will be interesting and revealing. So build on that, the synodality of the church. Let me also say theologically, a rehabilitation by Francis of the ecclesiology of the people of God. This we should realize because, unfortunately, but must say that under the two previous papacies, the one papacy was very strongly Eurocentric, and the other one was very much preoccupied with the communism, because he came from Poland. So we have a Pope now who comes, as he himself said, from the ends of the earth. So we vibrate with his concerns of poverty, and then what's happening to the poor, the marginalized, bringing to the center stage. And now, under the two previous papacies, the Copernican revolution of Vatican II, which was the people of God. You know that those who know the history of Lumen Gentium, how the chapter on the hierarchy was put first and then the people, but it reversed. That was precisely a Copernican revolution. First the people of God, then the hierarchy. So this was obscured through an ecclesiology of communion. It's right, ecclesiology of communion is fine. But when it becomes a smoke screen for, dampen what Vatican II said about the people of God, then it is questionable. So what Pope Francis has done is to rehabilitate the ecclesiology of people of God, which has deep biblical foundation. Kahaleve, the community of the people. It's not based on populism. There is a fear. If you speak about people of God, no, it's not a populism. Synodality could be best related to the definition of the church as the people of God than in any other description. That precisely corresponds to the assembly of God, with the sense of the faithful. Communion indeed is a crucial concept, bringing up the nature of the church. However, it should not be diverse and brought in close relationship to the reality of the church as the people of God. Then the ecclesial context. Now I want to speak about the two contexts, the ecclesial and the social context, why this theme of synodality is brought, to the fore. First, in the ecclesial context, there is a palpable disaffection with that when the expectations of Vatican II are not met in practice of the church and the administration, revealing a dissonance between the grand conciliar vision as church, as people of God, and the ground reality. Secondly, there's also an unease regarding centralized mode of administration and awareness about the disastrous situation it can bring about. Thirdly, we could sense increasing disappointment with the decisions taken arbitrarily without discernment and consultation by the clergy, telling upon the church's credibility and witnessing potential. Another context, ecclesial context, is one of the unsettling issues of these decades. This clergy sexual abuse, raising critical questions of how Church of Christ could be trusted and managed by the clerics. Therefore, deficit of clericalism. There is a serious question. That's why certain structural failure. A church which is run and managed by the clerics, how could it be trusted? The financial scandals. For your information, a cardinal, no less than a person, a cardinal is standing the trial in Vatican court for misuse of funds. So it has disappointed the Christian faithful. Therefore, the strong clericalism about the which Pope speaks. And that raises the question, the sexual scandals and the financial misappropriations raises the question as a footnote. Does not the Pope's ecclesiastical sanctions point also to the need of a human right derived criminal law in the church? This, I think, very important question. The human rights based criminal law in the church. We do not have it in the church. I think if they had foreseen this one, because there was the whole the question of privilegium clericale. A cleric should not be processed in the public court. It was a long time, that kind of mentality. That is why this whole thing of, shunting priests from one place to the other, all these things happen because of the clerical privilege and particular understanding of sacraments. I know recently the Pope has appointed 6 women in the Financial Council of Vatican, as if he trusts women more than the clerics when it comes to money. It looks like that. So it's a remarkable, this one. 2 recent acts of the Pope, as I said. All these above situations have cumulatively exposed, as I said, the structural failure in the church, which cannot be repaired by sanctimonious exhortations. Good preaching cannot bring back the situation. The dismal and critical situation call for new practices in the church. One such important practice is synodality, an ancient practice which comes from the spirit of Vatican II. And as I said, it is important that our experiences with the participatory structures help to go in this path. Now let me bring out the social context. In the ecclesial context, just I mentioned social context. We live in an age with people increasingly aware of freedom and autonomy, agency in every realm of life. They want to do things by themselves, think by themselves, express by themselves. Facebook, social media, everything. That there's a deep yearning to express, to be listened to. This has become the culture, the contemporary modern culture. And of course, since the Enlightenment, the whole freedom. And this is not alien to the church. The gospel is a gospel of freedom. That they are pointing to the core of the gospel. So the developments in the world are not in contrary to the direction of the church, as if they are going away. They are reinforcing what the gospel is telling. We should be happy. The world is calling for more freedom. They want to speak everything. They are acting on the basis of the gospel. And therefore they need to listen. So church gives the impression of living in a pre-modern age, where heteronomy ruled. There's a distinction between autonomy and heteronomy. Autonomy means self-ruling, self-governing. Heteronomy means somebody tells me the 10 Commandments, this and that, so I do that. As long as they don't look at me, fine, I can do it. If they watch me, then I should be careful. This is child morality, heteronomy, ruled by, because you are not convinced. Today people want to be autonomous. They don't want simply rules. You cannot rule the world by 10 Commandments today. Therefore, I had a pedagogy professor, Italian Nozengo, I remember, we had the course pedagogy. He used to say that what's the best pedagogy is not making people to do. Far oler fare. You must make them wish to do. That's very difficult. Make them do is easy, you have a stick or whatever it is, you have power, but make them wish to do, that's the leadership. That really requires lot of skills, etc., etc. So people do not want patronizing attitude, being patronized, not treated like children, taken care of. These are all outmoded, pre-modern way of relating human relations. Freedom, as I said, is the core of the gospel. Let me quote from Gaudium et Spes number 17, which is profoundly aware of the modern human persons. It says, the people of our time prize freedom very highly and strive eagerly for it. So, the space of freedom in the church is a synodality. So, expression of the gospel. Church is operating, as I said, this is a quite important because it brings out the values of the church. Now, second, social, we are analyzing the social, background, is the transition, broadly from a mechanistic worldview to a quantum physics, organic worldview. This is very interesting because in the mechanistic worldview of Newton, the motor moves, there's an engine which moves everything, but the quantum physics says that everything moves everything else. You just cannot analyze everything cause and effect. That's only a limited category. You can't pinpoint cause and effect so precisely. Therefore, unpredictability is expression of modern physics. Physics itself says, the subatomic particles jump from one. There is no, a law, etc., etc. So how things happen is unpredictable. It is becoming, and that's why the scientists speak about the butterfly effect. That means scientists are saying that millions of butterflies with the flapping of their wings can change the direction of the storm. That's why no weather forecast is perfect. Not possible. There are millions of reasons why this is happening. Therefore, we must need, the reason is, therefore, the effect, we need to listen and find out what's happening, feel the sense of it. Everything affects everything. St. Paul says that if one member suffers, everybody suffers, the organic, everything. In pain in one body, very beautiful image, you don't realize enough. The image of the body of Christ. It's also good for the society, everything. Everything affects everything else. And if one member suffers, everybody suffers. In that sense, church needs to be looked at as res publica. It's a republicanism rather than a democracy. Very often it's all voices in the church are, stifled, saying church is not a democracy. One statement is enough. But in the same breath, we must say also church is not a monarchy. If church is not a democracy, is used as a stick to stifle the voices, then I must ask whether church is a church is a monarchy. Here I would like to underline the difference between democracy and the church. I said church is a res publica. That means common good, to which everybody should contribute. Res publica. Democracy is numbers very often, So we see very well in our country, majority thrusting the vote. So church, you don't allow, because if you do that, you are stifling voices of the small people. One person in the community may be right, all the others may be wrong. 3% maybe. So you cannot decide things only in the name of majority, which is an oppressive. Minorities have no place. Every voices must be listened. That is why the God was not in the fire, God was not in the storm, God was not in the earthquake. As you read in the book of Kings, He was the still voice. And I want to quote Saint Benedict, the rule of Saint Benedict, where he says, very interesting, is a tradition of Catholic Christian tradition. He says, rule 3, I think, yes. As often, I quote, as anything important is to be done in the monastery, the abbot shall call the whole community together and himself explain what the business is. Res publica, common, everybody, we should. And he says the reason why we said all should be called for counsel is that the Lord often reveals what is best to the younger ones. Very interesting, So don't despise people who are weak, who are marginal, or everybody. It appears to me that synodality reflects both a modern scientific view of the world and the best Christian tradition of what the church ought to be in its life and mission. There should be no secundus sub et supra, high and low, but there is equality. This high and low could engender a pathology of ecclesial sclerosis, causing many parts of the body of the church to be benumbed and become dysfunctional. And synodality for me flows also from sound Christian anthropology, because human beings are an end in themselves, every person. That's the difference between things and, persons. Human beings are end in themselves. You cannot use human person. Well, worst things, that's an exploitation. Human persons are end in themselves is something, they are a mystery. Their heart and mind, what goes through, even nobody can. Every person is a mystery, a reflection of God's image. That means they're a mystery. Therefore, their thoughts, their aspirations are something which must be, their anguishes must be taken into account. Therefore, when they come out, and we should see that everything is related, that everything contributes to the unity. There is a certain aesthetic and mystical vision in our relationship to the other person, because he or she is a mystery. Therefore, everything becomes, reflection of God and a Trinitarian relationship. In that sense, I want to quote Karl Rahner, who said, the devout Christian of the future will be either a mystic, one who experienced something, or he will cease to be anything at all. Dear friends, I think this is very important, that it is not a question of mathematically deciding things, that we see the mystery of God in each person and respect it. Maybe wrong or our perception, and I think this is very important. And Jesus, we find in respecting the mystery of take the Samaritan woman, an argumentative Jesus. He enters into argument with the Samaritan woman. Give me something to drink. Starts a conversation. Opening of a conversation. Give me something, then ask, she raises a question, he answers. Yeah. You see, what a beautiful dialogue in John's Gospel we find. Jesus in conversation. Conversation with Syrophoenician woman. Even, he says, no, we don't want to throw the bread to the, she answers, even the dogs will eat. What a beautiful conversation with that. Or with centurion. All the three, remember, do not belong to the tribe of Jesus. They are not Jews. Very, very interesting how he enters, and the truth comes out of a process of discernment and conversation. And a word on the process of dynamics of synodality. Of course, we know that synodality should be a day-to-day practice and structural practice, institutional practice as a synod of bishops. We don't want to go into that. Therefore, the importance of listening and getting to know each other. There are three basic requirements for an effective synodal practices. One, information is a prerequisite to taking enlightened decisions. Any decision, whether bishops or parish priests or whatever, or in the religious community, enlightened decision, getting facts, what is happening. Otherwise, it will reflect only prejudices. No, a meeting should not be a meeting of prejudiced people, each one voicing his or her own opinion. Therefore, informed decision, we say that, no? Enlightened decision, therefore, for which information is required, one. Number two, circulation of information. The secrecy is a old weapon, no? Is because you have something to hide. Very, very rarely. Only, in my conviction, only when it has something negative, something against a person or, his or good name, then secrecy should be observed. But otherwise, public matters there must be a reasonable expectation that informations are passed on. Otherwise, it's suspicious. Conspiracy theories will come. The more secrecy you create, there will be conspiracy theories in the church, in the society. No distinction. This is important. Thirdly, no reservation about topics. You should not discuss this, you should not discuss that. There was that, unfortunately, in the past. You should not discuss about women's ordination, all that. But Pope Francis said, discuss everything you want. Synod is open. You cannot reserve. This is a very good kind of thing, that every topic should be reserved. And we find actually something very good in canon law, and the Diocesan Synod Canon 465 lays down that, quote, all questions proposed are to be subject to the free discussion of the members in the sessions of the Synod. All questions proposed. So this is a child, it's more of a patronizing, though don't discuss this, that. No, we are in a free world. Experience of today makes it more and more evident that conflicts and dissent cannot be solved. There are, wherever human beings are, there is a conflict, there's certain agonistic aspect, the understanding word agonistic, a struggle aspect before in the process of conflict. And there's a certain messiness which should we face. It's also the pain of the decision. Synodality and conflicts is very important. Sometimes, the church is like ship in the storm, caught in the middle. Leadership is steering the ship in the storm. Difficult. That everybody will become suddenly in our country. If you are sick, everybody is a doctor in our country. They will come, use this one, use that one. They will say, fantastic. Everybody is a doctor. So in a very difficult situation, everybody will have some suggestion. So it's a very, very, very delicate role of the leadership and together steering that's why I mentioned the importance of discernment, which is a very, very Christian. We have in the early Christianity two very important incidents, Acts chapter 6, where there was a real conflict between the Greek and the Hellenist and the Jews. The Hellenistic widows were discriminated against. So they did not rule it by saying, we decide. No, it was allowed to, to emerge. And then finally, it was an opportunity for a new opening. The diaconate came as a new institution in the church because they faced a problem. Therefore, they instituted diaconate so that the Hellenistic widows will not be discriminated against. And then we have also the Council of Jerusalem 15, where the Gentiles are not big. Paul was a big, played a role. All came through we and the Holy Spirit. It has been decided by the Holy Spirit and by ourselves. So you see, that's how it happened. Now let me come to the second concluding, which I said, so to say, the operative part. That means not only that we need to reform in the light of Synod, Church in India, but from our experience, what do we contribute to the global church and the Synod or Secretariat, whatever it. I'm proposing 6 things, 6 issues. Number 1, there is an intriguing theological issue to be faced in the transition from Synod of Bishops as an institution to synodality as a way of being and relating of the church. The institution of the Synod of Bishops in its theology and intent was meant, as I said, to facilitate the primatial role of the Pope in a collegial manner. The step from here to strike a synodal path for the church involving the entire people of God would mean deep structural changes. You cannot do that without deep structural changes. It's not clear what role Synod of Bishops originally meant to facilitate the exercise of the primacy of the Pope could play unless we move decisively from the Synod of Bishops to Synod of the Church. This is a major theological issue to be addressed with the Church in India, and CBCA could present a Secretary of the Synod. This is one. Number 2, in the vision of Pope Francis, synodality practiced in its true spirit would make the Church an inverted pyramid. That means not top heavy. If this image is to be translated into practice, we will need to rethink on how canon law sees the power of governance in the church. The present code states explicitly that the power of governance is reserved to those in sacred orders. So you have 3 roles, the preaching and sanctifying, and the third one, the governance, it reserves only to those in sacred orders. Though baptism, everybody is equal. Everybody participates in the 3 roles. But when it comes governance, canon law restricts in canon law 129 only to the clergy. And the other Christian faithful are excluded from it, the power of governance. They are expected only to cooperate in the exercise of this power by the clergy, and they do not have any participation in it. I think this is a significant issue to be addressed for the common synodality journey of the entire church, without which it's difficult to imagine the church as an inverted pyramid. It's a good image, but operationalizing requires, as I said, the structural change. 3, there's a deeper and critical question in India regarding the governance in the church. Why does the synodal structure of governance apply only for the 2 Oriental churches in India? The synodal structure is not a matter of divine law, jus divinum, but positive law, and hence could be legalized for adoption also for churches at the level of the Regional Council of Bishops or National Conference of the Latin Rite. This difference is striking. Same socio-cultural, political country, you have 2 systems. 1 country, 2 systems. 1 church, 2 systems. Where you have 2 Oriental churches having structural, synodal structure where they can decide autonomous, they can propose bishops and to be only ratified by the Pope. And then the Latin church, the majority, they have to depend. I'm not arguing only on that basis of Oriental churches we don't have Latin. Why are the Latin churches discriminated? That's one question. Number two, it goes to the very tradition of the church itself. No, not only this one, because the early centuries, in middle centuries also, till about Council of Trent, the provincial councils and regional council were the decision makers. The metropolitan and suffragan bishops were the important body. The appointment by bishops were done also by them, of course, in communion with the Pope. So I'm not only saying that Oriental churches have in the Eastern Code this structure that we should have. That's one reason. Second argument for me is this, that this is how the church has, that you see provincial and regional councils, there will be fight, there will be noise, but much better that we decide many things by ourselves than depending. Otherwise you will be using the argument why India should not be independent. Why some of the British said, no, because you will be fighting, so we will be here to settle the fight. So I think we need to do things by ourselves. Four, there's yet another question of great importance concern. The clerical sexual abuse and property scandals that have rocked the church in India and other parts of the world are such that continue to rely on the goodwill and moral rectitude of authority in the church without reasonable legal restraint is a refusal to learn history experience. So these issues cannot be settled only by relying on the goodwill. Yes, maybe somebody may be a very goodwill person, but there should be legal provision of restraint of power. Without that, you cannot root out, whether the issue of sexual scandal or whether property thing. Therefore, the need for what Pope Paul proposed, but which was aborted practically, lex ecclesiae fundamentalis. There must be a foundational law in the church. We have a constitution. Similarly, the church needs a foundational law, lex ecclesiae fundamentalis, and I think this proposal should be renewed, reverted back to, consider the synod. This is one thing which the Indian church could propose so that many of these things could be sorted out. 5, the church will need to earnestly address its legal system in which legislative, executive and judicial powers are concentrated in a single office. This does not correspond to the modern times. This does not appear in any way a viable form of governance, certainly does not contribute to synodal practice. Here lies the Achilles heel. The famous image of Achilles heel, that these powers concentrated. Finally, the last one, a crucial issue thrown up by the practice of the participative structures is a conflict between consultative and deliberative. Archbishop Felix Machado referred to that in his speech. It's not clear when there is a general consensus in the community on what basis a church leader could justify different binding decision than what the community has discerned. How could one, in this case, save the church from being thrown into the jaws of cross-authoritarianism? There must be a reason why the authority takes a different decision than what the community thinks what it is. I think Pope Paul was indeed a wise person with a lot of prescience, as I said, while instituting the synod through the document Apostolica Solicitudo. He said that it would be an advisory body, but then he did not stop there. He added this participatory body. The synod could be empowered so that, I quote, it also can enjoy the power of decision making. Synod. So you can apply that to all the participatory bodies in the church, and its deliberation decision only need to be ratified by the Pope. The legitimate authority can ratify this decision. I think this is a viable formula which could be followed. Empowering these structures, the spirit of synodality also to be deliberative, and decision making will foster greater communion, participation and joint involvement for the gospel mission. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Gratitude, dear Father, for your crisp, lucid and weighty address aimed directly at the synodality in the Church. Your address truly reflected your depth and clarity. Dear friends, let's take a sweet coffee break. You will be expected here after 15 minutes of break, and the tea and the refreshment will be served in the theology refectory for everyone. And for washrooms, please follow the signboards both for general and parallel sessions. There is an announcement for parallel sessions. As you know, for 2 days, there are parallel sessions in the afternoon from 2:30 to 4 p.m. You are requested to mark your name for the parallel session. The parallel session desk is at the reception. Parallel sessions are arranged at 4 different venues. 1, where we are, the auditorium. 2, library hall, end of this building to the extreme right. The 3rd, conference hall in the Institute office building. 4th, the 3rd year theology classroom beside the library. Thank you and have a productive day. Dear friends, let us all come back to the here at 11:40. Thank you.
Your theology has helped you. Thank you. So, well begun.
Your Excellencies, Reverend, on behalf of ATC Publishers and the Department of Missiology, Synodality Institute, Bangalore, I accord a cordial welcome to all of you to this gathering. The prophetic encyclical of Pope Francis, Fratelli Tutti, released exactly 1 year ago on the 3rd of October 2020, strongly envisages the importance of solidarity, equality, respect of human dignity, and above all, universal human fraternity. Based on this encyclical gem, namely Fratelli Tutti, an Indian reading to be released today, Dr. Anthony Lawrence, the HOD of the Department of Missiology, St. Peter's Medical Seminary, will now welcome the gathering. Your dear Archbishop, Your Excellency Bishop, esteemed professors, fathers, and friends. Good evening to all of you. It is a great honor for me to welcome the gathering for the webinar program. It is a pleasure to welcome Professor Dr. Felix Wilfred to this webinar. Indeed, it gives me immense joy Preparatory MSFS. I would like to welcome Professor Dr. Editor, whom the project, at least in its
they will be answered from here. அது வந்து move பண்ணிக்கலாம்ல. In the present they come.
Hello, check, hello. Hello, check, hello, hello, check. Hello, check, hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. 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 Hello. Hello, check. Hello.
Distinguished moderator, honorable presenters, respected staff. Varda? Ambi, thank you.
Hello. Okay.
Request Sister Aniva to report on the stage. Check. Hello, check, hello. Check, hello. Test, check, hello. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello. Hello, check. Hello, check. Hello, check.
Discussion session. Hello? Hello, check. Hello.
Dear all, we kindly request the paper presenters and the moderators to be seated at the front row. There is no problem.
Welcome to all of you after the tea session. We can take your seats as shortly we are going to resume the general session. I request all of you to occupy the front chairs so that those who come can occupy the chairs at the back. Welcome back after tea. Please occupy your seats. If possible, you can occupy in the front so that those who come little later can occupy at the back. So once again, reminding you about the parallel sessions which are going to be held in the afternoon from 2:30 to 4. You are required to enroll your names with the parallel session desk which is in the reception. So please mark your date so that we can display your names before the lunch in the notice board. So that straight away we can move to the parallel sessions after our lunch at 2:30 sharp. Welcome back to the general session now. The students of philosophy are requested to go to the Vianney Hall for the live streaming so that there will be more space available here for the guests.
Hello, check. Hello,
So the
check.
brothers of philosophy are requested to move to the Vianney Hall for the live streaming. Welcome to all of you after the coffee break. End of this session, as you get time, you can go to the reception to enroll your names for the parallel sessions which are going to be held in the afternoon from 2:30 to 4 for today and for tomorrow. A special request to the moderators, to the paper presenters to come in, occupy the front chairs. A special request from the organizing committee, the paper presenters, the moderators, please come and occupy the front chairs. Please come. Chairs have been arranged for you, so please don't hesitate and occupy the front chairs. Some fathers, sisters are smiling. Please come and occupy the front chair so that we can go ahead with the session. I can see some fathers, sisters who are present, requesting them to come in the front and occupy the chairs. we are going to resume the general session. Welcoming all of you for the general session.
To moderator, honorable presenters of St. Peter's Pontifical Institute, the Institute's affiliated staff, and the student delegates, fathers, his participants. It is a magnificent moment to excite the attitude and of the Department of Missiology for the first panel session. Let me, at the very outset, convey my profound gratitude to the moderator and presenters of this panel for having accepted to be part of this conference. Dear all, it is an opportune moment to refurbish and renew our commitment to the mission of the Church on the path of synodality. This session will brush upon a spectrum of exciting and benefiting themes under the empirical, pastoral, and contextual study on Church in the path of synodality. This panel will have the following presenters: Dr. Binoy Jacob, Dr. Vincent Eka, Dr. S.P. Johnson, and Dr. James Ponnaya. Without much delay, I would like to invite the moderator of the session, Dr. R.K. Swami. Father Kulandasamy Royer, known as Father R.K. or R.K. Swami, has done his doctorate in systematic theology at the University of Dayton. Presently, he is the parish priest of Alangudi in the Diocese of Tanjore. His solid experience in serving as a parish priest in many parishes, combined with his teaching experiences. Currently, he is teaching grace and theological anthropology and faith and revelation for the MTH students at St. Paul's Seminary. He has also coordinated a few research products. Dear Dr. R.K. Swami, the floor is yours.
Thank you for the introduction. Now, the morning session was very illuminating. We are filled with the content of the seminar in the short duration. So let us straight away go to the actual research. I would like to introduce Binoy Jacob. Binoy Jacob is here. His research for me is an appetizer for a good meal. I went through the abstract. Really good, very good. And he himself is an editor of a journal. 1 minute. Editor of two journals, Pax Lumina, Eluthu, and currently he is the coordinator of Higher Education Commission of Kerala Jesuits, and also the coordinator of the Peace and Reconciliation in the Jesuit Conference of South Asia. Now, I request him to go to the podium. While you walk, I will say one more thing. Pope Benedict gave an interview when somebody asked him, define the status of the church today. It was some years ago. It is published in Ratzinger report. He said, the church looks like a building in construction whose blueprint is lost. Everybody builds on their own. It's only half truth. The seminar like this and the research and the field workers who are here are helping us to find that blueprint. Over to you, Father Binoy.
Thank you, Dr. R.K. Sami, for your wonderful words of welcome and introductory notes. Most reverend bishops, honorable resource persons, dear fathers, sisters, and my dear friends. First of all, I would like to congratulate the organizers for planning and executing a conference on synodality, which I believe one of the most relevant topics in the contemporary times, especially for the church. And I'm here to present a paper on the synodality in the context of Kerala, experience and expectations, as you see on the slide. And this paper makes a critical analysis of the living synodality in the context of Kerala, especially the present functioning of the structures and decision-making process. And you know, it is not easy to discuss the Kerala church as a single unit, as it comprises mainly three ritual traditions: the Syro-Malabar, the Syro-Malankara, and the Latin. Here we explore how much of that synodality is being experienced by people within the rite, between the Catholic Church and other denominations, and with wider society of different religions and faiths. Well, in order to find an answer to these questions, I undertook a very brief sample survey involving people from all three ritual traditions. I chose three dioceses. They are the Archdiocese of Ernakulam Angamali of the Syro-Malabar Church, the Archdiocese of Trivandrum of the Syro-Malankara Church, and the Archdiocese of Verapalli of the Latin Church. Well, it's a purposive sampling conducted online, consisting of 54 respondents, and of those, 40 out of 54 respondents through email. It's not scientifically representative though, but the opinions gathered, and I believe, would provide us with some useful insights into the state of a living synodality in the context of Kerala, especially in the Kerala Church. And based on these findings, I would try to identify the achievements, if any, the blocks in practicing synodality, as well as the creative suggestions to make the church more synodal in the multi-religious and multi-ritualistic context of Kerala. Well, I directly go into the responses and analysis part. The responses made it clear that there is no clarity with regard to the understanding of the notions of synod and synodality as perceived by the respondents, especially by the lay faithful. Years back, Synodos or Synodos was the commonly used term in our vernacular for synod. But now, synod has come to be used most commonly for the meetings of bishops, which naturally reflects a sense of hierarchical supremacy. And that is understood as a more static notion, whereas Pope Francis' exhortation is understood as a dynamic process where we all travel together. In the response of the Kerala Church to the call of Pope Francis has been varied. Various meetings and consultations were held at different levels in different dioceses. To make a comparison based on the survey data, the Latin diocese seemed to be more prompt and strategic in planning and organizing programs related to it. As for the two Oriental churches, as reported by the respondents, such steps are yet to be taken. And the main reason they say, it's attributed to the pandemic-related restrictions. Level of participation of priests and lay persons in the planning and decision-making of the church. 90% of the respondents acknowledged that the statutes of various councils and committees such as parish councils and pastoral councils guarantee the representations of the various sections of the faithful. However, they hold the view that at the diocesan level, the participation of the lay faithful in ecclesial bodies guarantee only the basic and the minimum. According to a bishop respondent, Gender justice and women's participation are conveniently forgotten in the official forums of the church. One lay representative wrote, "The parish councils and diocesan councils in which lay persons are members play a role in taking decisions on administrative matters relating to the church property and church festivals only. But on matters relating to religious practices, there is no discussion at all. In most cases, the decision comes from the top and the faithful are bound to obey blindly. For example, one respondent quoted the much debated decision of the Syro-Malabar Synod on whether priests should celebrate Mass facing the people or the altar. For him, this can hardly be considered a manifestation of the synodal spirit. Most of the respondents belonging to the Syro-Malabar Church strongly hold the view that things would have been different in this case had there been sufficient consultation. Unfortunately, they observe on certain issues the canon law and the guidelines of the Second Vatican Council are neglected or misinterpreted in favor of the decision takers. For a few respondents in some parishes, the parish priests themselves make out planning and take decisions arbitrarily. There is no space for the faithful to give even their suggestions. A lady respondent said that in her parish, despite the faithful's protest against building huge churches and shopping complexes, the parish priest and a few of his supporters together decided to go ahead with such projects. She says, the patriarchal attitude and clericalism predominate the process of decision making, and there is no synodality both at the parish councils and pastoral councils. For all the lay respondents, their participation is ensured only in the Mass, prayers, pious organizations, and family unit gatherings. So this session we conclude as per the survey, the participation of priests is inadequate and the participation of the lay faithful, especially of the women, is really deplorable. 2, participation of religious women and men in decision making. One religious respondent observes that the superior of the religious community is a member of the parish council. Other than this, there is no participation. The words of a mother general of a local congregation is noteworthy. She says, the women religious in the Kerala church are regarded as merely functionaries or service providers to the day-to-day operations of the church, and they are not given adequate representation in many or any major decision-making processes. Their selfless service and commitment are not properly acknowledged or appreciated. A few women religious shared their bitter experience of having been criticized and insulted by some egoistic priests in front of the faithful. On certain issues pertaining to the church, they were asked by the church authorities to keep silence. Any clarification or dissent on the decision taken is projected as anti-Christian. Most of the respondents are worried about violation of the evangelical vows and canonical regulations by a few consecrated men and women, causing public scandal and counter-witnessing. The survey shows the participation of religious women and men has been far from satisfactory in the decision-making process of the church. 3, synodality in our relation to the people of other Christian denominations. According to the 2011 census data, the total population of Christians is 6 million. The survey shows that 1/4 of the respondents are not even aware of the church having any kind of relationship with other denominations. A few are aware that every year from January 18th to 25th, the churches conduct ecumenical prayers for the unity of all Christian denominations. But the majority responded that there is no active collaboration or in-depth relation with other denominations. Some churches or denominations in Kerala are faction-ridden. The decades-long dispute between the Jacobite and Orthodox churches is well known. Attempts to settle ownership disputes out of court have failed. According to a lay respondent, the Syro-Malabar Church had, on occasions, reached out to the faction-ridden Jacobite Orthodox churches in Kerala, but the bitter factionalism within the Syro Malabar Church and its recent intensity with wealth disputes and disputes over unified Holy Mass have made such gestures totally pointless and a bit of a joke. A few share the view on the recent trends in the Oriental churches in Kerala to affirm their identity by way of overemphasizing the traditions, rites, and rituals. In the process, religiosity takes over spirituality, which is fundamental to Christian way of living. The survey reveals the relationship of the church with Christians of other denominations in Kerala are very minimum and very peripheral. Synodality, that is the fourth one, in relation to people of other religions and faith. Hinduism, Islam, and Christianity, as you know, are the major religious communities in Kerala. All the respondents agree that traditionally the church had excellent traditions or relations with other religious communities in Kerala. The church festival used to be a festival of the whole village. Similarly, Christians used to go for the temple festival. But all are of the opinion that in recent years, the relationship with other religions and people of other faiths have come to a decline. For some, in certain dioceses, the parish priests have announced in the church that it is unchristian to attend Hindu temple festivals. Some of the charismatic preachers have also preached in the same line. They have even condemned all non-Christians heathen. The result is the unity broken and animosity towards other religions increased. For most of the respondents, the scandals, demonstrations, and public fight among Christians have earned disrespect for the church from the people of other religions. Some are extremely worried about the political agenda behind labeling Christian educational institutions running on communal motives. Many are of the opinion that the anti-Muslim mindset that is emerging among the Christians in the context of love, jihad, and halal food is on an increase day by day. Most of them express their concern over the unscrupulous political parties taking advantage of this incipient communal gulf. Some even express their concern regarding the religious leaders getting aligned with party politics. Various meetings of the church authorities with party leaders are viewed in this light. Next, we move on to major blocks and challenges. Well, majority indicate clericalism and authoritarianism as major blocks in practicing synodality. The growing anti-pastoral attitude from the part of clergy is regarded as another major concern. Lack of transparency and accountability in the administrative and financial matters are spotted as one of the stumbling blocks for synodality. Women respondents have identified patriarchy and male domination as major threats to synodality. All the respondents are deeply concerned about the disputes among factions or sects within Christianity, and the church's engagement with the secular world is rated very poor. The leaders of the church and its authorities favoring the wealthy is another concern. The faith crisis among the youth and children is diagnosed as grave. And few of the respondents observed that the church in Kerala, its leadership, are far away from Pope Francis. The reluctance of the leaders of the church to study the papal documents in depth and to implement the Pope's suggestions are diagnosed as a major hurdle in practicing synodality. Concluding part, suggestions and expectations. This is basically based on the survey data and in consultation with the people concerned. I have drawn a few suggestions and expectation. Let me share with you that. The church should seek adequate ways of solving disputes among groups within Christianity and Catholicism. Primarily, I recommend the church should mandate a grievance redressal mechanism in its administration. The focus of the redressal must be not only on solving conflicts or resolving it, but transforming conflicts for building reconciliation and harmony. The church should discern the areas where it needs conversion. To training must be given to the church authorities and leaders on peace building and conflict management. Second suggestion, that goes to the third one. The church's engagement with the people of other religions and faith is a serious concern. To this, I believe the Christian response to political and religious issues must be based on research and database, which is honestly lacking in the Kerala context, especially in the channel discussion or responses to the media. The church needs to set up a competent research wing at various levels, which would provide the required data. With regard to the concern of the church's poor engagement with the secular fabric, I recommend the church's publications can be another means for this. The moderator, when introduced, he said, I'm the managing editor for 2 publications, and that is precisely initiated in view of engaging in conversation with the secular world. See, most of our publications are inward looking and concerned about internal concerns. So the church needs to develop a public language in the contemporary times to engage in conversation. Experiments like Ashram Life must also be welcomed as a common platform for dialoguing with people of different caste, creed, and religion. With regard to our relationship with other denominations, I strongly recommend we need to be humble enough to learn from the missiology and ecclesiology. What I mean is the church-centered ecclesiology and missiology. The gospel-centered proceedings should be honestly, with humility, we can embrace or give importance to that. Then, how to overcome the anti-synodal mentality of the church favoring the wealthy? To this, I recommend social audit and vulnerability map. A question, is the church in Kerala free from the bolt of caste? Other question, do the Dalit Christians enjoy freedom and dignity as other members do? Today, as Dr. Felix Wilfred pointed out, the faithful are aware of their own identity, dignity, and freedom and autonomy. What are the priorities and leading narratives in the contemporary church? Very often, our priorities go upside down. We need to take up burning issues of human rights, justice, concerning the migrants, tribals, Dalits, and the fisher folk. How many minutes, Father? I will finish in 3 minutes. A radical change in the formation of the clergy. This is very well recommended. It's important to impart the basics of Christian humanism in our seminaries. Let compulsory public service for a year or more be prescribed as part of the seminary formation to understand the richness of social commitment and servant leadership. And the post-COVID scenario calls for religious and clergy going to the peripheries, listening to the families and its members. Well, in response to the faith crisis among the youth and children, I recommend the church to revise its catechism and mode of teaching. With regard to the concerns of lay women and women religions on patriarchy and male domination, more venues have to be created and equal representations ensured in the official forums for effective learning. Free access to the faithful in the bishops' houses in Kerala will make the church more synodal. The church in Kerala should take up the papal documents more seriously and implement the Pope's suggestions to practice synodality. Encyclicals like Laudato Si must be a reference point for the church in its developmental concerns and way of proceeding. Conclusion, for a synodal church, discernment and spiritual conversations must be fostered at all levels of the church. The leaders of the church and faithful must be trained to practice the art of discernment and to listen to the promptings of the Spirit and to respond accordingly. Respectful listening, mutual learning, common discerning must be lived in families, parishes, and dioceses. A big heart is needed to listen attentively to those who disagree with you or who may even attack you verbally. And that is the grace we all can ask for today and in the forthcoming days. Thank you.
Thank you, Binoy. It was wonderful exposition. It's a rare combination. He has a doctorate in mathematics and in systematic theology. Very good. Good. You spoke like St. Ignatius. Sit. I invite Father Vincent Yeka now. He is going to concentrate on the tribal problems and the challenges that we face. It happened in Northern Ireland. An Indian was walking. Somebody from Ireland asked him, "Hey, are you a Catholic or a Protestant?" You know, in Northern Ireland, the problem between Catholics and Ireland is very acute. This Indian said, "No, I am from India," or a Protestant Indian. "No, I am a Hindu." "That is okay. Are you a Catholic Hindu or a Protestant Hindu?" So, in southern India, we have that problem. Are you Syro Malangara, Malabar, Latin? Are you this caste, that caste, that caste? But in tribal thing, I think we have one unified culture. So I invite you to go and share your findings. He is the director of the Social Institute in Delhi. Very much interested in indigenous communities, indigenous research, you know. So he did his studies in Jawaharlal Nehru University. Over to you, Yeka. 20 minutes.
First of all, I would acknowledge the invitation by the Department of Missiology and all the organizing team for inviting me to present a paper on tribal church on the path to synodality. Knowing the seriousness of the audience and also of the organizers, I thought a little bit break the formalism which was shared in the first session. So I will keep moving and speaking also. So seeing the seriousness, I was not able to do by myself. So I took another colleague, Sister Lalita Roshni Lakada. She is working in the CBCI as an assistant secretary in the Office of Tribal Affairs. So both of us work together on this particular topic. Tribal church on the path to synodality, an empirical study of the tribal churches in North India. So I would present our findings in a brief presentation, but it is a quite elaborate study that we made, and also we took 4 dioceses, so it is quite heavy, this one report. Okay, so by way of introduction, I would just speak about what has been already said. I reminder to all of us that Holy Father Pope Francis is inviting us to walk a synodal way by encountering, by listening, and by discerning that we have been reflecting since morning. It is also a process where all the believers in Christ under the leadership of the Holy Father are expected to participate. That I think all of us are doing now. It is also a moment of reflection, self-reflection, also a self-introspection within and outside us at all level of hierarchy and the people. As it is given in the master plan of the synodality, that this can be taken forward in three phases. So first phase is at diocesan level, second continental, then third one universal phase for synodal church. So we are in the first phase of our reflection that is going on in the diocesan level. Next. The objective of our study was, 2 objectives I put. One, to study the present situation of the synodal spirit and participatory structures in the tribal majority dioceses in North India.
The second objective was to articulate how the synodality and its processes have been operational in the diocesan level and very especially with the tribal church in North India. So I'm emphasizing tribal church because we were asked especially to study the tribal church and their participation and the spirit of synodality, how it is operative in the tribal church. So tribal church, I mean, where the faithful is more than 50% as believers in a particular diocese or many parishes. So we have actually selected, before that, the methodology for this survey we did was randomly we selected 4 dioceses in the north and central India. 2 of them are in Jharkhand, Ranchi and Jamshedpur. One from Chhattisgarh, that is Raigad diocese. Then another 4th one from Delhi Archdiocese. 2 archdioceses and 2 dioceses. 2 are in a kind of urban-based and 2 dioceses rural-based. But all of them are majority tribal Catholic populated dioceses. Even Delhi, more than 60%, as it is said by the bishop of the diocese, that more than 60% Catholics in Delhi belong to tribal communities. So we thought of taking even Delhi to study how tribal church in Delhi is functioning. So all these type of methodologies, then we prepared a Google form. Because of the repeated lockdowns, it was not possible to go to the dioceses and conduct the interviews. So we prepared the Google forms and circulated among the dioceses through bishop and through secretary to all the parish priests and to the people. So that was our kind of hierarchical movement to collect the data. And this worked to some extent well. And these 4 dioceses I already told. The limitations of this study was because of the repeated lockdown, it was not possible to go from diocese to diocese. That's one. Then also we find in digital age it is very easy to collect data, but we found it is not easy. Although people may be techno-savvy, they may have WhatsApp, mobiles and so on, but when it comes to respond to the questions, it is very difficult to get even from the priests, leave alone the people. People, we can understand they are outside the reach of internet and things like that. They are busy, but even we found difficult to collect data from the priests as well. And whatever we got, I'm going to present here. The profiles of the diocese I'm going to present. This is a diocese of Ranchi. Ranchi was separated from Archdiocese of Kolkata, and first missionary came from Kolkata, from Medinapur to Chaibasa, first entry of the missionaries in Jharkhand or Chotanagpur belt in 1868, and later on slowly they spread in different areas and a diocese was established. It was bifurcated from Kolkata and Ranchi Archdiocese was established. And here all other 2 more dioceses, Jamshedpur and Raigad, they were also earlier part of Ranchi Archdiocese, and later on Jamshedpur got separated in 1962 and Raigad got separated in 1951 from Ranchi Archdiocese, and they became independent dioceses with their own bishops. Archdiocese of Delhi has a little different profile because tribals per se are not the residents of the land. They are all migrants who have migrated to Delhi, but they have become a kind of majority population in the Catholic Church in Delhi. So their way of life, their functioning does affect the diocese. So Delhi initially belonged to Agra Archdiocese, then it got separated and Delhi and Shimla Archdiocese was formed in 1937. Then in 1959, Delhi, Shimla, Chandigarh became the Archdiocese got separated in in 1959. So Delhi became an independent archdiocese. So in brief, these are the profiles of the dioceses that we studied. One thing I would like to just indicate here, the percentage of tribal Catholic population in these dioceses. In Ranchi, we have 90% Catholic population is tribal. In Jamshedpur, 75, Raigad 80, and Delhi 60% are tribal Catholic population in the dioceses. So it is quite a substantial tribal church, we can say. Then number of parishes in Ranchi 39, Jamshedpur 41, Raigad 27, Delhi 67. So the priests in the dioceses, diocesan priests in the dioceses working. In Ranchi we have 75, Jamshedpur 83, Raigad 64, and in Delhi 139. There are religious priests, there are sisters and others working in the dioceses. The number is here. Now I'd like to bring some insights from the tribal world, because we are speaking about tribal church. Tribals who have become Catholics. So tribal Hindus, you can say also. So as your question, so there are tribal Hindus, tribal Christians in popular conversation, but we are speaking about insights from the tribal world and world views. Tribals celebrate life, worship, and also their work as a celebration. So these three things are combined, which encompasses everything: life, work, and worship. There is no particular place for worshipping. God can be found everywhere. Therefore, there are prayers offered in the house, inside, outside, in the courtyard, in the fields, in the threshing floor, everywhere it can be spontaneously prayed. So people can find God anywhere, so even in their work, in their celebration as well. So there are many other characteristics. I'm not going to read each of them because of the time constraint, but I would like to underline a few of them. Here, what is maybe for our purpose, it could be the resources that tribal communities, the tribal world is having, a theological resource, which is drawing them to Christianity, which easily helps them to find similarity between tribal religions and Christian practices, Christian religion. So one thing is religiosity. All tribals by nature are religious. Means they are God-fearing people. So that makes them easily believe what others are speaking about God, invisible power, the intervention of God, and so they very well understand. Ecological sensitivity. They have more ecological sensitivity because they have been living in the surrounding, natural surrounding. So they are more sensitive to the nature and its moods, nature's moods. So that's how they can read the mood of the nature, because they are ecologically more attuned. Harmonious coexistence, this is another characteristics which brings community together. Not only among humans, but among nature, God, and human community. So this triangular relationship is very strong, the harmonious coexistence. They live here and now. So economy in land use, that is very important in tribal worldview. They don't exploit land for their greed. They use land for their basic needs. Life-giving aspects of feasts and celebrations. Life cycle is seen in the cycle of the nature. Like the cycle of nature is what? It takes birth, grows, gets matured, then once dies. That is the life cycle of the nature. So tribals see their life in connection in the cycle of nature. Therefore, every change in the cycle of nature is marked by celebration. And in that celebration, the God is seen. In their celebration, celebration is done because they are marking a shift in the natural cycle. So throughout the year, for 12 months, there will be 12 feasts celebrated, symbolizing each shift and the meaning behind the cycle or change of in the nature. So these are some of the then parallels between tribal culture and the gospel culture, we can say. There are a lot of parallels can be drawn, which makes them feel quite at home when they accept Christianity. Christianity is not something foreign religion to them. It is a religion that is a kind of fulfillment of their unfulfilled religious desire in tribal religion. Because there is a full revelation in Christianity, which is not found in tribal religions, but there is a potency for fuller revelation, which easily they can see in Christianity. So this kind of, okay. So I'll go for fast. I'm speaking about the priest's response from the 4 dioceses. These 4 dioceses that we have surveyed, the priests participated from Ranchi 10, Jamshedpur 11, Delhi 11, and Raigad 6. So these were the respondents from 4 dioceses. We had several questions we asked them. Are the church hierarchy and laity co-travelers? So many say yes, 1 or 2 say no. Possible reasons for those who are left out, they have illustrated a number of reasons why they feel some people are left out and how they can be included. There are a number of suggestions the priests community has given. Here are people taken into consultation in the running of the local church. So many priests say yes, 24 of them out of 37. Sometimes only 11 priests are saying, sometimes people are taken into consultation in running of the church. So not very healthy sign. Grievance cell, or is there a grievance cell or committee for addressing the people's issues in your parishes? Because each parish priest was asked a question. So they are saying, 16 of them are saying yes, 22 of them are saying no. So in many parishes, it is functioning in a very, in a way, autocratic way, we can say. All decisions are taken by the church authorities and people are rarely consulted. Activities undertaken regarding synodality, lot of activities have been taken up in many dioceses. Consultation in parishes before taking any decision, 29 of them are saying yes, 8 of them say sometimes. So again, the dialogue between church authorities and people, sometimes they have dialogue, 8 of them are saying, others are saying there is dialogue in the parishes. Areas to be improved. Most of them have said both church authorities and the lay faithful need to take initiative. Both need to take initiative. That is the most required thing they are suggesting. I'm just, because of the lack of time, I am rushing and I want to finish also. I have to present people's views, how people see the church. Not only I presented the priest's views here, I want to present people, how do people see the church? What is their participation or understanding? So the respondents from these 4 dioceses were 91 from Archdiocese of Delhi, 37 from Archdiocese of Ranchi, from Jamshedpur 20, and from Raigad 13. So altogether 161 respondents were there from 4 dioceses, the people. And the questions asked were, do you know about synodality? Have you heard about it? So 86% are saying yes, but 88.1% are saying no, we have not heard anything about synodality. If you heard about synodality, have you participated in any of the program? Only 47% are saying yes, but majority, 50% are saying we have not participated. So like that, lot of responses which are very revealing when it comes from the side of the people. Do the church authorities in your parish and diocese listen to the people with compassion? So some 67% are saying yes, and quite a big percent of 22 are saying no, they don't listen with compassion. So can the lay faithful express their opinion freely in the church? Yes, 59%, and no, 31. Very large percent are saying also no. So this is indication to all of us. Okay, then here, do the church authorities avail the sacraments to the faithful easily? Many are saying yes, and quite a few of them also are saying no. This is very important also. Do the church authorities use the sacrament as an instrument of revenge? These questions have been framed after listening to the people. So this is not only my creation, but this is the feel of the people. So this is what they say. 13% are saying yes. That means the church authorities use sacrament as instrument of revenge, weapon, like weapon. So again, I'll just finish it off, Father. Do the church authorities consult with the laity in the running of the church? Quite many of them are saying, but about 16%, that is also substantial percent, are saying no. That means it is not running in the consultation with the people. How can the church authorities can promote the process of decision making among laity? So different suggestions have come. I have collated them into by giving more representation to the laity. 43% are saying, 48% are saying by giving them more responsibility. People feel to take more responsibility from the church. Forming different committees. In many places they say there is no committee in the parish. Only every decision is taken by the parish priest. So we need to be part of those committees. So there is a desire from the side of the people to participate in the running of the parish. Your parish who takes decision about administration, solution of the problems, and finance management. 14% are saying parish priest alone takes decision. That is very unhealthy side. By parish priest and parish council, 66% are saying decisions are taken jointly by parish priest and parish council. So like that, 24% are saying parish council or the Catholic Sabhas. So these are some of the opinions of the people. The suggestions they gave is a huge list of suggestions. I'll give in the paper. So in the paper later on you can read out. We also interviewed 4 bishops. Because 4 dioceses we took. So through telephonic conversation we talked to Bishop of Raigad, Bishop of Jamshedpur. Then personally we met the 2 bishops of Delhi, Archdiocese of Delhi, and 4 questions we asked them. One of them was, what is the master plan for the diocese regarding the implementation of synodality? So some master plan they have given what they are doing in their dioceses, parish level, some kind of dissemination of information, training of the priests, laity, religious, youth in different groups. So whatever is happening in other areas, I think is going on in these dioceses also. Second question we asked them was, what is the transformation that you foresee at the end of this process, synodal process of 2 years? So they articulate some of the transformation, like awareness about identity and role in the church that will increase among the people. More sensitivity will emerge from the side of the clergy and people. So these are the bishop's responses about what kind of transformation may come after the completion of this process. So realization of the participatory structure. What is the structure? Not only for a kind of performance, but it is also for proper running of the diocese and parishes. The third question was, what are the obstacles and challenges that you face when you speak about synodality in your diocese? So the bishops are saying, lethargy and indifference among all. Means including the church authorities and people, they say there is a lethargy, authoritarianism in clergy, hierarchy in the church. These are some of the obstacles the bishops themselves are feeling in own dioceses. The last question was ways and means for effective implementation of synodality in your diocese. So for that also they have given up some plans, strengthening the participatory church, educating people about the church, reviving the whatever existing structures are there with more responsibility, sharing of also in the administration of the dioceses. So that kind of effective implementation they show. As conclusion, I would say synodality is a big challenge, also an opportunity and a call to the hierarchical church, because hierarchy as of now it is existing, it is very rigid and it is a challenge. That's why for all of us, and now we need to listen, work together and discern. Second would be synodality is a call for involving people of God not only in administrative matters, but involving them in discerning God's will and listening to the Holy Spirit. This is very important, not only in administrative matter, but what God is speaking to the church, that has to be discerned in consultation and together with the people. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Father Eka. So, you said how faith, life, and celebration interlinked in the lives of the people. You also brought out the challenges that the young face today and also the dynamics in communication. Thank you very much. Now I invite Father Johnson. Johnson, some of you know, was the dean in St. Paul's Seminary. Very forthright. He did his studies in Belgium, doctorate in Belgium, from the Diocese of Kotar. Very articulate theologian. It was an empirical studies on two dioceses, Kotar as well as Kuliturai. I am reminded of a joke. I think he said to me, it was told to him by Father Felix, the priests are very busy, the whole day they are busy, but they are not moving anywhere because they are not taken the stand off from the bicycle. They are sitting and rotating the tires, like that. So he is from that background. I invite you to the podium.
Good morning, everybody. It's going to be 12 anyway. So, dear Father R.K. Swami, the moderator, and Father Lawrence, the missiology faculty, and dear Dr. Professor Felix Wilfred, dear bishops, and my dear friends, let me straight away go to the topic. The concerns and expectations of the participatory bodies in the Diocese of Kotar, Kuliturai, from the Synod on Synodality. So this presentation will have 3-4 parts. That is, first introduction, then based on empirical studies, few questions from the people, religious and clergy, and their expectations, their concerns, and conclusion. The rapid spread of Synod 2021 to 23 announced by Holy Father Pope Francis has created a sense of freedom, search, hope, and enthusiasm among the faithful around the world, especially in the dioceses of Kuliturai and Kotar. This paper is the outcome of the conversation and interactions which I had personally with the laity, religious, and the clergy in the aforementioned dioceses. The central theme of the Synod, namely journeying together, has initiated fruitful discussions among the laity. All the same, the faithful do have the reluctance to accept this synod as a magic wand, which would bring a sudden change within the Catholic Church, where its operational method totally anchors its hold in the monolithic hierarchical structures. 30% of the laity in these dioceses are well informed about the church, power politics, institutions, pastoral initiatives, and so on. Knowing the encumbering forces that refuses to recognize the space of laity in the local ecclesial bodies, the people are not prepared to spend their energy and time romancing the present synodal theme. But at the same time, they positively look forward to the holistic progress of the church from below through the emphatic implementation of the key elements, communion, participation, and mission of this particular synod, which they were already expecting through the insights of Vatican II when it was announced 59 years ago. The point here is that the faithful are still lamenting over the non-implementation of the salient features of the Vatican II documents that provide enough space for the laity in the church and the realization of the theme called Church as the People of God. The discussions with the local ecclesial bodies decode the faith of the members of the believing communities that they have in the process of this synod, that is to prepare and gather the people of God so that they can give voice to their experience in the local churches. Another important element that emerges in and through the process of synod is a quantum of questions regarding the entire engagement of both the inner dynamics of the church and its external commitment to the society or the world. Since the synod upholds regarding the signs of the times as a pivotal tool to analyze and assimilate the current reality of the church, the local ecclesial bodies of the faithful have great expectation on the leadership of the church so that the real meaning of the people of God gets concrete shape in the multiple expressions of the Catholic Church. Some vital questions. People and the religious and the clergy. So these questions come straight away coming from them. Do the laity in the church have enough freedom to express their thoughts and freedom in the participatory structures of the church? Why don't we create structures such as Senate and Consult for the laity? Why do the diocesan administration hesitate to appoint qualified and trustworthy lay people in the top official post of its institution? Example, directors of schools, financial administrators of diocese, etc. Why there is much delay to appoint a bishop to the dioceses? Such kind of a lethargic attitude from the side of hierarchy disappoints the faithful very much. Moreover, it also brings in unwanted feeling among the laity. Will it be possible to erase the caste fanaticism among the ordained clergy, which directly affects the spirituality of the faithful and the pastoral work both in the diocese and in the parishes? The members of the basic ecclesial communities feel why there is a sudden concern about the laity through this synod. Is it for selfish motives or out of an authentic concern for the realization of the concept of the church as a people of God? Another important question. Why the parish priest is imposed on the parish people as a supreme head, where there is an elected lay person available as vice president of the parish council? The parish priest can function in a parish as an animator. Expectations. Creative approach towards the formation, planning of the laity using the apostolic association as an effective platform. Promoting continuous formation program for the laity in all levels of the participatory structures in the church, namely through the diocesan pastoral council, vicariate pastoral council, BCC units, parish council, coordination body of BCCs in each parishes, and coordination body of apostolic association in the parishes, and finally coordination body of all the commissions at the diocesan level. To design a common platform to set right the strained relations between clergy and laity. Synodal thinking must become part of the seminary curriculum, which would certainly have an impact on the formation of the student This really, people told me when I went around for the discussions among the people regarding synod, they told, first of all, the people, those who are trained in the seminary must given this outlook of synod, which primarily needs the learning of contextual theology from a liberative perspective. Then liturgy must speak the life of the people. The faithful strongly believe that liturgy must reflect the notion of social justice, especially in the preaching during the liturgical service. Need to create lively liturgy without monotony. We as Christians expect a difference in the life of priests and religious. That is, they must be above nepotism, have a sense of justice, be committed to a transparent administration, be a person of integrity and knowledge, and above all, with a quality of spiritual leadership. In the present situation, in these dioceses, the ordained priests who hold a supreme position need to have deeper concern and direction on the day-to-day life of a ministry of priests. This should be priority of the people. Concerns. Today, deep division among the ordained ministers in the name of caste and ideology affects the process of this particular synod. That means it expresses non-possibility of the realization of the theme walking together in the present context. Already the hierarchy of the church is not able to implement the mainline thinking of the document, Vatican document II. So how far this synod would bring in a change within the church? The present synod speaks about inclusiveness, which provides enough space for feeble voices and the people in the margins, both within the church and in the society. This is an excellent approach. But at the same time, one important thing that we have to keep in our mind is that difference of opinion is not very much appreciated or recognized by the people who are in power. So, the real marginalized thing is the other who wishes to register his or her alternative thinking or difference. Hence, inclusiveness brings the new understanding of power to the fore. The point of reference here is, at this juncture, is that power is everywhere. Not because it embraces everything, but because it comes from everywhere. Michael Foucault. The life and misery of ministry of priests and religious. The life and ministry of priests and religious is very much disappointing because they are preoccupied with the power, money, fame, luxury, and wealth. The ordinary faithful feel that around 60% of the priests are corrupt and lying a lot. So, in brief, people feel that ordained ministers are weak and like to be news heroes rather than the heralds of the good news. Most of the parishes in our diocese do not have a proper pastoral plan. Neither the parish priest nor parish council members care for such initiative. Women and youth are not well received and recognized in the Catholic Church, especially the youth representation in the participatory bodies is predominantly denied. Many young people do not know much about the meaning of their existence in the church. They would like to know about the theology of the Catholic Church. They feel that the church and its ministers have hidden theological thinking from the ordinary faithful. In the wake of the synod, they request people who hold responsible position to arrange a proper theological formation for the youth and the laity in general. The laity is not considered by the hierarchy of the church as valued contributors in the process of decision making. Young generation is not at all involved in the church affairs. Increasingly, they have become spectators rather than real participants. For them, liturgical events have become a short time than a time for soul searching and medium of change. In the recent past, people believe that 85% of the priests come to the parish with very peripheral knowledge about the religion and society. Even the sermons do not carry effective messages to the people. Deep contextual reading is very much missing in their reflection. In short, they have become mediocre than messengers of authentic thinking. There is a proverb in Tamil that is, தமிழ்ல ஒரு பழமொழி இருக்கு, தாயை போல சேலை தாயை போல பிள்ளை, நூலை போல சேலை. And it came in context that as the mother so the daughter, as the thread so the garment. This implies as patriarchal hierarchy, so the local church. This is the reason why the local parish council women are not allowed to hold office in many of our parishes in these dioceses. Is it possible for us to bring in a change regarding this matter? Most of our concerns about freedom, equality, and dignity remain only in words. Why those concerns are not taking concrete shape? The priests today are not able to answer the questions of ordinary people because they have a distorted personality due to their irresistible passion for money, power, and pleasure. The lying mentality of the majority of the church leaders exposes their numbness of hearts. There is no passion for continual search among the laity and the clergy in these dioceses. The people in these dioceses feel that, in general, most of the clergy are living in lethargic state and deep slumber due to the impact of modern gadgets. They are always out of coverage area, which means they are always out of pastoral concerns. Normally, when we ring up the phone, we will get the message that so-and-so is out of coverage area. Exactly, it's also happening here. Priests are always out of area. Without asking the opinion of the faithful, the people who are in power make decisions. There is a need for change in the canon law of the church, which gives more privileges and power to the clergy than the laity. It considers the laity mere objects than persons with knowledge, will, and power. The hierarchy of the church has gone astray from its original call, that is, a call to lead the people of God towards the realization of the reign of God envisioned by Jesus. Today in the parishes, the extravaganza has become a synonym of the parish feast and parish life than Christian values. Christian culture has been repressed by power-drunk lay leaders and mediocre priests. If you are a mediocre, naturally you are a power-drunk person. That is also already inducted in this meaning mediocre priest means. Most of the priests and religious are all away from the smell of the sheep, and they have forgotten the practice of house visiting, especially the poor and needy. In short, they have lost the sense of the spirit of the gospel. Conclusion. The synodal experience that emerges through the synod provides us a profound vision, which leads us to the abyss of the mystery of God that infinitely radiates through the mystery of human beings. Every believer in the church imparts the totality of his or her mystery. No one is less than the other. The theological expressions that come through the synodal praxis establishes Trinitarian mystery as a key principle in order to instill the spirit of communion, participation, and mission in the local participatory structures of every local diocese and parishes. The expectations and the concerns of the varied section of the faithful in the above mentioned dioceses tell us that every member in the basic local ecclesial space has the potential to move the other towards a positive, progressive path. That means, as people of God, we all are inspired and ingrained with an energy known as the immanent synergic force, which is nothing but Trinity, which constantly persuades us into a continuous motion towards new possibilities, which endlessly implode and explode, making the divine essence reveal itself as uninterruptedly dynamic and display its infinite potential riches. Hence, walking together is an endless journey in which we will be reminded of the freedom walk of Moses and the kingdom walk of Jesus. In this central journey, as people of God, we have to face pain, rejection, ignominy, and criticism in order to experience the triune light, that is, three suns but one light. The light that communicates the meaning of communion. We never simply live, we always live together in living out the new ethos that is a common good of all, initiated by the spirit of the gospel. Thank you.
Thank you, Johnson. Really very well put. You differentiated how the synod differs from the Second Vatican Council by a new coinage. That is immanent synergic force found in the Trinity. Really good insight for us. And it is not living together simply, but living together. That is what makes a synodal church a real church. And you also brought out the challenges in the field level and the mediocrity and the divisions, casteism, everything, negative forces. So church is badly limping. I hope it will not go to limbo. It will come out from limping by people like you. And now I invite Father James Ponnaya to the podium. Ponnaya is an assistant professor of Christian Studies in the University of Madras. Very serious-minded research scholar, has a lot of awards for his researches, and he has many books for his credit. Yesterday I wanted to find out how he is able to get the awards and do this sustained intellectual activity. At 11:45 I went closer to his room. I heard the snoring, deep sleep. I thought that is the reason why you are able to work. Over to you for your empirical studies on the diocese of Chengalpattu.
Thank you. Thank you, Father, for your wonderful words. Yeah, I never knew that's my secret of my research work. Good sleep with a snore. Thank you. For this particular, paper, I made a study on Chengalpattu diocese to look at how the synodal structures in the diocese, the participative structures have worked. I chose Chengalpattu diocese for the simple reason because it's recently they got the synod concluded in the year 2016. And Chengalpattu diocese is a new diocese, bifurcated from Chennai about 20 years ago. So based on the research, I have some findings. I am also aware of the challenge of presenting the paper before lunch. So I made slides. Slides are 19 in number. So I'm going to summarize the slides. So don't be scared. Do they work? Before I proceed, I just want to foreground a particular perspective to look at the synodal dimension, the Chengalpattu diocese. Namely, as some of you may know, Amartya Sen, in his study of idea of justice, makes a distinction between Needi and Nyaya. The idea of justice can be looked at from Needi perspective or from Nyaya perspective. The idea of Needi perspective, according to him, depends on or looks at the institutional arrangements of justice. Whereas Nyaya perspective looks at how much justice has been delivered. So one is the promised dimension, other one is the delivered dimension. So my approach to synodality of Chengalpattu diocese is towards the delivered dimension, not so much what has been envisioned in the structures of the diocese. Can I go to the next one? Yeah. Can I go to the next one? Yeah. Okay, so the diocese has about 150,000 population, and it has now 110 parishes. When the diocese was bifurcated, it had only 64. Now it has really doubled almost. So the diocese has grown in terms of number of parishes. According to the Vicar General as well as the Bishop, that's one of the indication of the church really becoming people's church. Depending on people's need, they have created more parishes. The diocese itself has a lot of Dalit population, as I put there. 60% of the population are Dalits. Catholics are Dalits. Among them, only 60% of the people are literate, gone up to 12th standard or so. That's against the Tamil Nadu average, which is 80%. Therefore, there was a deliberate decision taken by the diocese, by the bishop, to boost up education among the Dalits. So a lot of initiatives have been taken. I have also shown given the data about the joblessness, the economic poverty, etc., etc. When Bishop Needhinathan was consecrated as a bishop, he had that particular motto, Needhiyin Valvil Nirai Vaalvu, the fullness of life through the path of justice. And for the diocese, they had the motto, Ilakku Makkal Tholemayil Irayarasu Payanam, kingdom journey in solidarity with the target people. So these are the two important driving forces for them to make diocese more people's church. After 15 years, the diocese decided to convene a synod, which I studied, with the motto, the kingdom journey in the footsteps of Jesus. So this is the motto of the when I was talking to priests, everyone across the board, the priests, the people, as well as administrators, the bishop, the convener, everybody said the synod process, the very preparation itself was very participative in nature. So I have listed 8 steps. I am not going into the details. We can talk about it later. With regard to the achievements of synod, the first achievement is synod is a very charismatic movement because it's invited a lot of participation from the people. People are involved and there were a lot of breakthroughs in the diocese. In fact, the 10 themes which I have listed, evolved from the people. But when it came to the final synodal assembly, the 10 themes were made in 12 themes. And the 2 more themes added, in fact, talks about the desire for making church people's church, namely the NBM, the BCCs was taken as a separate topic and it has separate regulations in the synod documents, as well as option for Dalits. So these 2 themes became a separate theme. So according to many interlocutors whom I interviewed, these 2 themes really stand out as an indication to looking at the church as more people's church. With regard to, as I said earlier, the delivered justice dimension, the delivered dimension of participatory church is seen in terms of the well-functioning units of the diocese, namely NBMs or BCCs or the parish councils. So these 2 institutions are very well-functioning institutions of the diocese. So naturally they indicate to something very, very important. In the diocese itself, according to 2017 data that I have, there are about 1,300 basic Christian communities, nearly 1,300. So very vibrant communities. As the Vicar General put it, church liturgies, devotions and Christian living have become very lively in our diocese thanks to people's active participation in it through NBMs. I have underlined the last word, thanks to NBMs, there are less defections to Pentecostalism. As you would know, Chennai has got a lot of Pentecostal churches growing fast day by day. So according to many, a lot of people in the Catholic Church of Chengalpattu Diocese have not migrated from Catholic Church to Pentecostal churches. It's precisely because the church offers them some space for active involvement in the diocese or in the parish activities. NBM leaders, the BCC leaders, have also become lay leaders. In the recently concluded elections, they said about 50% of Catholics who were elected to these positions, or Dalits who were elected to these positions, already have had some experience of leadership qualities in the basic Christian communities. So that's an important finding. Another important dimension which other speakers were referring to earlier, a participatory church has to necessarily be an inclusive church. The inclusive church has to necessarily include the excluded. So in this sense, so Dalits were taken into the diocese, were given importance in terms of priority of the diocese. Here, many people are referring to 2 important achievements in the diocese, namely the one I have put there. There was a problem in 10 parishes in Chengalpattu Diocese where the Dalits and the high caste could not be buried together. There were different cemeteries. But Bishop took very hard stand on this matter. He said, nothing doing, this has to go. And bishops, in one place, he stood on the road and he joined the people with the dharna. And the collector came, others came, and there was a solution. So it's something that they have achieved. The second thing they have achieved is the car processions. In some places, the car processions were not allowed to go into Dalit neighborhoods. So here again, the diocese has managed to achieve bringing people together, convincing the high caste people to allow the low caste to come in. It was a struggle, but they have managed to achieve, according to many people whom I talked to. Another area where the church has become more participative is the inclusion of women. 50% of unbiems have been designated as women unbiems in the diocese because there were less representation from women from women. Therefore, that's another thing they have done. Also, with regard to Dalits, they have some key policies. One is in the core committee of the parish council, there has to be one Dalit representative. Okay. And any vacancy occurs in schools, 2 out of 3 vacancies have to be given to Dalit people because 60% of the population are Dalit population. So these are some of the achievements done in the diocese. Everybody across the board said Bishop played a huge role in this. A lot of people have appreciation for Bishop. In fact, everyone I interviewed had tremendous appreciation for Bishop. And I have quoted, one Vicar General's position. The statement, he says, the Jesuits gave us awareness and Bishop Nidhinathan gave us education. These two paved way for participatory structure in the diocese. I have listed 5 ways in which Bishop really did make a difference. One is he joined the struggle, as I said earlier, joined the struggle to bury the Dalits in the church cemetery, and he dialogued with non-Dalits. In fact, in two parishes, the church cemetery actually was owned by the diocese. So some priests told the bishop, why don't you put a case against this? Why don't you lodge a case? Bishop said, no, case will not work. So he said, we'll waited for a year, 2, then they gradually entered into a conversation with the people. Then he said, we should bring everyone together. So he is seen as a person who is more inclusive to bring both the Dalits as well as non-Dalits into the church. So that I'll skip. I'll come to some other challenges. Some of the challenges are also there in Chengalpattu Diocese with regard to looking at the church as a participatory church, or making the church as a participatory church, or as a ceremonial church. The first and the most important challenge is groupism. Groupism, or if you like, caste, or groupism within a particular caste is a major issue in the diocese. So that is seen either in terms of caste or in terms of language. There is groupism. That's one. The second one is also groupism among the people. So even some families come together and they want to dominate, and take control of certain unbiems. According to one interlocutor, he said there are 10 parishes in the diocese where always the basic Christian community's leadership has been with one family. So they're trying to change as well. So these are some of the challenges put before me for looking at Chengalpattu Diocese as a synodal diocese or a synodal structure. The second challenge is the clergy. Clergy is a huge roadblock, partly because they are also disillusioned with the diocesan administration. After the synod, a number of decisions taken were not implemented, especially some of the decisions which favored certain priests in administration did not really come about. So they were in the same position for many years, according to one priest, and bishop always listens to that particular person. So these are some of the inner issues of the diocese, which I think is not taken well by majority of the priests in the diocese. So they have been of late, they have been quite resistant, they have been non-cooperative. The second challenge is a sizable number of priests are very, very young in age. So that has its own challenge. They are distracted, they are not able to focus, and some of them are, as many of my predecessors said, they are all very much into digital age. So they are disoriented. So they kind of fail to give leadership to the people. Probably I will look at the last statement. Critiquing the clergy, one lady said, most of the priests in the diocese are only administrators. They are not pastors. And he said, their focus is mostly on liturgy. We have excellent liturgies, but there is no heart towards the people. We need to approach them, the priests. They don't come to us. Here he used three very interesting metaphors. The first metaphor that he used is, our priests are like judges. You will have to make a representation to them. They don't come to us and mingle with us to know what's the real issue in our communities. So we need to make a representation, one. The second image that he used was that priests are like teachers. Children, when they do not know, they go and approach a priest for clarification. Teachers know more than the children, right? The students. So similarly, here the priests think that they are cut above the rest. They know everything, we do not know. That's the kind of treatment. As opposed to, according to this particular interlocutor, as opposed to the father-son relationship, a family kind of a relationship, which needs to be there, but that's somehow missing in the last 10 to 15 years, he said. This is something that we talked about. The participatory structure is merely consultative, and the consultative structures function very well when there is a cordial relationship between the priest and the people. When there's a cordial relationship, is fine. But when the relationship is strained, then the structure also kind of falls apart, or the structure is only there for namesake. Priest really somehow tries to ignore those parish councillor and BMs, and he takes his own decision. Very interesting point. One of the lay persons said, the people also want the church to be priest-centered church because it's much easy to run. So they tell the priest, no, Father, you decide. Okay. So what happens is, he says, according to him, already people are happy when they are consulted, when they are taken into meetings and asked for opinion. But when it comes to decision, they are happy to give the decision to the priest, provided they see the priest being trustworthy and transparent. When there is a lack of transparency, when there is a lack of trustworthiness, then people show indifference or they don't cooperate with the priest. So as long as the leadership is good, seen as being trustworthy and a person of integrity, there is things are moving quite smoothly in the diocese. So of course, I think I will just pause this. The third barrier or roadblock in the diocese is the personal agenda take over the common good. So that's a huge barrier. Often the priests, they want to push their agenda. Either priests or the people, both the groups want to push their agenda. Okay. So certain unbelievers, as I said earlier, has been in the hands of some people, and the priests also push their agenda to get it implemented. So I have summarized all that in the last 4 lines I have underlined. Wanting to work only in city parishes after 2 terms of office in rural areas, continuation of some priests in certain positions of power for a longer period of time, and clergy aligning with their own communities, their own caste groups in pastoral work, and pushing certain personal agenda of priests or people. These are all huge roadblocks for the diocese to become truly synodal. The last but one roadblock is the transparency, lack of transparency. Transparency and accountability are 2 important virtues of participatory structures. As one senior priest said, I quote, finance committee has been created only in 20% of the parishes. Among them, only 10% only run well. In this regard, another priest suggested there must be a public audit of all institutions of parish activities as well as the different commissions in the diocese. Nothing has been done for the last 20 years. So transparency in the administration presupposes confidentiality and trust. Often they said, when we discuss certain things, either in the parish council or with the priest or with in the priest senate meeting, people do not really keep confidentiality. They go and reveal it to everybody. Then if that's the case, then you cannot be transparent in communication, or you cannot be transparent in administration, according to one priest. Maybe I will come to conclude now. From Nyaya perspective, the church or the parishes in Chengalpattu diocese has become more synodal in the last 20 years, ever since its inception, no doubt at all. From Nidhi perspective, there are about 18 commissions, but not many of them really work too well. But synodality has been achieved through certain structures of the diocese, namely the basic Christian communities, the parish councils. They are conspicuously evident in very lively and well-planned liturgies thanks to people's participation. As I said earlier, they have managed to prevent people from moving from Catholic Church to Pentecostal Church. Therefore, it's an achievement. But however, the participatory structures have remained only in the domain of liturgy. When it comes to day-to-day running of the parish administration, especially finance council, either at the parish level or the diocese level, there is a lot more to be done, lot to be desired. Everybody praised the bishop's role in making the church synodal across the board, lay people, the priests, as well as the administrators. Church is more inclusive than before. They have removed discriminations because cemetery is now common cemetery. Car possessions has been taken. There have been affirmative actions taken by the bishop to reach education to women and Dalits in the diocese. They have been given a lot of employment opportunities. But however, there are also roadblocks. As I said, one is groupism, other one is the clergy being indifferent, disillusioned. Thirdly, the pursuit of personal agenda at the cost of common good. Thirdly, fourthly, the clergy-centered church, even people give consent to the clergy to dominate. Fifthly, there's a lack of transparency, accountability caused by the fear of losing hold over institutional power, because priests say that we will lose our freedom to do what we want if we give power to people. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Father James Ponnaya. You took those themes, meta themes, consecrated life and evangelization, education, parish life, parish administration, and also inserted the sub-themes. You also mentioned the affirmative action. So you inserted the sub-themes of Anbiyam and Dalit issues for an inclusive ecclesiology, and unpacked the achievements and also presented us the challenges. Very good. Thank you very much. So, what do you say about asking questions? We have only 7 minutes to finish. Somebody wants to ask. It should be in the form of quiz, quizzical. Question must be 2-3 seconds, yes. And to whom? Answer also must be monosyllabic. Okay.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Could you hear me?
Yeah.
Please, what I heard from the fathers.
Keep the mic on your.
Yeah, what I heard from the fathers, the same rhetoric I have been listening for the last 20 or 30 years. Nothing new. So somebody asked me, are you part of the problem or you have a concrete solution to the church in India? Not church in Alleppey or not church in Chengalpet. No. We have to consolidate our problems and then very critically we should bring out some solution that should be taken to the synod. I don't want to prolong my time. I just request all of you, I have written an article on the title, Journeying with Thoughts Towards the Synod. I ask you only 2 points I am going to share with you. Number one, a few years ago, one of the famous journalists from a Catholic who became a Buddhist, he raised an issue. You Christians, 2000 years, your present population is 2 to 3%. He said it is a disgrace. Understand? He said so much of priests, nuns, institutions, money, foreign money. Of course, now the foreign money is stopped. What you have achieved. This should be the question of everybody participating in the synod. Why I am saying this? Just 200 years ago, the first Indian Hindu settled in England. Today they are 4%. 2000 years, from time of St. Thomas till date, we are struggling to maintain the 2.5% of the Christian population. And according to recent census, it is coming down, it is nowhere on the up. This should be the question, you should carry it with you. Number two, one of the most very dangerous problem that we are facing today in the church is language and caste. Unless you overcome this we cannot succeed anywhere. Another point I would like to share with you.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you very much.
This point I want to mention. Please wait.
Quick.
Wait.
Quick.
People think the church is not a political organization. It's not a democratic setup. Church is a religious organization, a spiritual organization. So we should have it on the back of our mind on this point. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Very good intervention. Thank you very much. Any other question? Yeah, quickly. Mic must be given to him there.
I have a question to Father Benny Jacob, that he was expressing about the leadership qualities in Kerala, and women are not given chances, sisters are not given chances in the parish communities, and priests are also. But when we see in Kerala, leadership qualities, not only in Kerala, all over India, there are great leaders, bishops in North India, South India, everywhere. In political field, there are great leaders. And you go to any women congregation, every superior provincial is a Keralite. But you are talking about the crisis of leadership in Kerala and where I am so much surprised. There is a very strong leadership quality. That is one.
Okay.
Question number two to who is that Father Lost who spoke? Father James Penoy. You see, I come from Andhra Church. In 1790, many Andhra people, it was under Madras presidency that time, migrated to Chennai and especially to your diocese. So, problem as you well projected it. And Telugu churches, villages have given 10 bishops to Indian church. We are proud of it. And then thirdly, there are some churches still till today, 2-3 churches are closed. This is the time for you to walk together, speak to them, open those churches, let bishop go and talk to them. Will you do something for this kind?
I'll answer you.
Yeah. Maybe I'll just make a thank you for this comment or observation. I'm very glad to hear about the leadership qualities of Keralites, especially the women. And there is a joke about Jesuits. The Kerala Jesuits are really good when they are out of the province. Well, dear Father, it's not about the leadership qualities of the personnel, but I believe how that's been exercised. And I've been presenting, it's not just my comments, I've been presenting based on the data survey, especially of the lay women and women religious. And it is based on that, well, there are spaces, but are there adequate spaces? Shouldn't that call for a constructive introspection in the contemporary times? This alone is my, and I'm sure that would not solve the problem as such. It's not about the quality of the people, but it's about the whole, the scenario, how the context, and how that's been exercised, or synodality is being exercised as far as the participation of women and women religious are concerned. That's all my comment.
Thank you for the question. Thank you for the answer. The other point will be intimated to the bishop concerned about the closed churches. Yeah. Any other question? Yes.
Yeah, I'm not asking a direct question, based mainly on Binoy's paper. I would say not only in Kerala or all over India, there is a fear of synodality. Bishops are afraid, superiors are afraid, somehow synodality has become a kind of fear complex, according to me. And Pope Francis is very unaccepted, especially for most of the Indian bishops. And the reason is nothing else, he challenges the exercise of authority, the way it is. That's why he calls for synodality. But I don't know how many dioceses in Kerala or in other places have really exercised what the Pope has been asking for, searching for synodal expressions in the church. I seriously doubt.
Thank you very much. Good intervention. So with this, we are closing this session. I thank all the panelists. Excellent exposition. It is an empirical study. So in the name of the organizers, we appreciate all of you. Let us stand for the Angelus. Before that, there is an announcement for a minute.
Dear moderator, Father R.K. Swami, thank you for leading the session. And dear presenters, thank you for your expert presentation on your respective topics. As a token of love, we would like to present you with a memento. And you all participants, I thank you for your patient heartening and active involvement during this session. And I hope that you have enriched yourselves through the session. The next session will be a parallel one